They ruled empires, but they couldn't control this. Secret children, hidden bloodlines, royal babies vanished overnight. One heir headed for knowing too much, another erased from existence. What the crown spent centuries burying is finally exposed. 30 royals. One devastating truth. Some mistresses were paid millions to stay silent. Others died under mysterious circumstances. The children, scattered, forgotten, denied. Until now. What you're about to hear will shatter everything you thought you knew about British royalty. For centuries, the British monarchy has presented itself as a picture of order and legitimacy. Bloodlines carefully maintained, succession meticulously planned, every marriage a matter of state importance. But scratch beneath that polished surface and you'll find a far messier reality. A reality where kings fathered dozens of children outside their marriages, where mistresses wielded more power than queens, and where illegitimate sons sometimes proved more capable than their legitimate brothers. This isn't a story about scandal for scandal's sake. It's about how these hidden children, these forgotten branches of the royal family tree, actually shaped British history in ways that are still felt today. Some founded noble houses that exist to this day. Others led rebellions that nearly toppled the monarchy. A few were quietly acknowledged and given titles. Many more were erased from official records, their existence reduced to whispered rumors and footnotes in obscure historical texts. And some, resistance to whispered rumors and footnotes in obscure historical text. Let's start at the beginning, or rather at the moment when everything changed for England forever. The year is 1066. A bastard is about to conquer a kingdom. William was born around 1027 or 1028 in Falaise, Normandy. His father was Robert, the Duke of Normandy, a powerful nobleman and ruler in his own right. His mother was a woman named Herleva, and here's where the story gets murky. Some chronicles describe her as the daughter of a tanner, someone who worked with animal hides. Others say her father was an embalmer. Either way, she was not noble. She was not married to Duke Robert, and their son William was, by every definition that mattered in medieval Europe, illegitimate. His enemies never let him forget it. Throughout his early life, William was mocked and insulted. They called him William the Bastard to his face. Some sources suggest the insults were even cruder, referring to his maternal grandfather's profession with animal skins. For a man born to rule, these were fighting words. And William would spend much of his life proving that his birth didn't define his capability. When his father died in 1035, young William inherited the Duchy of Normandy, despite his illegitimate status. This wasn't guaranteed. In many cases, a bastard son would be passed over entirely in favor of legitimate relatives. But Robert had no other sons, and before leaving on a pilgrimage to Jerusalem, from which he never returned, he had made the Norman nobility swear to recognize William as his heir. What followed was years of chaos. Nobles who had sworn oaths suddenly decided that a bastard wasn't fit to rule. Assassination attempts were made. Rivals emerged from every corner. William survived childhood through a combination of luck, loyal supporters, and his own ruthless determination. By the time he reached adulthood, he had learned that in a world that questioned his legitimacy, strength was the only currency that mattered. And then came 1066. Edward the Confessor, King of England, died without a clear heir. William claimed that Edward had promised him the throne years earlier. Harold Godwinson, an English noble, disagreed and had himself crowned king instead. William gathered an army, crossed the English Channel, and met Harold at a place called Hastings. The battle lasted 1 day. By nightfall, Harold was dead, struck down, according to legend, by an arrow to the eye. William had won. Within months, he was crowned King of England at Westminster Abbey on Christmas Day. The bastard son of a Norman duke had become the king of an entire country. England would never be the same. What makes William's story remarkable isn't just that he succeeded despite his illegitimate birth. It's that his illegitimacy became almost irrelevant once he had power. Yes, his enemies had mocked him as William the Bastard, but after Hastings, he was William the Conqueror. The mockery didn't stop, but it no longer mattered. He had proven the central truth that would echo through centuries of royal history. Legitimacy is useful, but power is everything. William's conquest established a precedent that illegitimate children, under the right circumstances, could rule. It wouldn't happen often in English history. The laws and customs would tighten over the centuries, making it increasingly difficult for bastards to claim thrones, but the possibility remained, lurking in the background of every succession crisis. And speaking of succession crises, let's talk about the king who took the concept of royal bastards to an entirely new level. King Henry I ruled England from 1100 to 1135. He was William the Conqueror's youngest son, and he inherited a kingdom that his father had literally fought to create. Henry was, by medieval standards, a competent and effective ruler. He strengthened royal administration, reformed the legal system, and kept his nobles in line through a careful balance of reward and intimidation. But Henry had a problem. Actually, he had about 25 problems, give or take a few that history has forgotten. Henry I holds the undisputed record as the British monarch with the most illegitimate children. The exact number is debated by historians because medieval record-keeping was, shall we say, inconsistent when it came to bastards. But most scholars agree on at least 20 children born outside of marriage, with some estimates pushing toward 25 or even higher. These weren't one-night stands producing children Henry never knew about. These were acknowledged, documented, supported children whom Henry actively placed in positions of power and influence. The irony is almost painful. Henry had a legitimate son, William Adelin, born to his wife Matilda of Scotland. William was everything a medieval heir should be: brave, trained in warfare, acknowledged by the nobility. In 1120, Henry even had William declared his heir and got the major nobles to swear oaths of loyalty to the young man. The succession seemed secure, and then came the White Ship. On the night of November 25th, 1120, a vessel called a White Ship set sail from Barfleur in Normandy, heading for England. On board were William Adelin, his half-sister Matilda Fitzroy, who was one of Henry's illegitimate daughters, his half-brother Richard, who was another of Henry's illegitimate sons, and about 300 other passengers, including much of the Anglo-Norman nobility's younger generation. The ship was overloaded. The crew was drunk. Witnesses later reported that the passengers were drunk too, and that they had convinced the captain to try to overtake the king's ship, which had departed earlier. The White Ship never made it across the channel. It struck a rock shortly after leaving port. In the freezing November waters, nearly everyone drowned. William Adelin went down with the ship, so did Richard and Matilda, two of Henry's illegitimate children. In one night, Henry lost his legitimate heir and two of his bastard children. Only one person survived, a butcher from Rouen, who clung to debris until he was rescued the next morning. When messengers brought the news to Henry, they were reportedly too terrified to tell him directly. They sent a young boy to deliver the message. According to chroniclers, Henry never smiled again. He had lost the son who would have continued his legitimate line. All he had left were his bastard children and one legitimate daughter, Matilda. So who were these illegitimate children? Let's talk about the most important one, Robert of Gloucester. Robert was born around 1090, making him one of Henry's earliest bastards. His mother's identity is uncertain. For a long time, historians thought she was Ness, daughter of the last king of Deheubarth in Wales, but more recent scholarship suggests she was someone from the Gay family. The details have been lost to time. What matters is that Robert grew up in his father's household and was groomed for a role in the royal administration. Henry married Robert off to Mabel Fitzhamon, an incredibly wealthy heiress. Through this marriage, Robert became Earl of Gloucester and acquired Cardiff Castle and extensive lands in Wales and England. This was a pattern Henry followed with many of his illegitimate children. He used them as political tools, marrying them to strategic partners, placing them in positions where they could support the crown. Robert proved himself worthy of his father's trust. He was loyal, capable, and when the time came, he made a choice that would determine the future of England. After the White Ship disaster, Henry spent the rest of his reign trying to secure the succession through his daughter Matilda. He had her declared his heir and forced the nobility to swear oaths to support her claim. Many did so reluctantly. A woman had never ruled England in her own right, and the nobles weren't thrilled about starting that tradition. When Henry died in 1135, chaos erupted. Matilda was in France. Stephen of Blois, Henry's nephew, was in England and quickly moved to seize the throne. The nobles who had sworn to support Matilda suddenly discovered they had very flexible consciences. Most backed Stephen, but not Robert of Gloucester. Despite being illegitimate, despite having no personal claim to the throne, Robert became Matilda's champion. He commanded her armies, defended her claim, and fought a brutal civil war that lasted nearly 20 years. This period, known as the Anarchy, devastated England. Brother fought brother, castles burned, fields went unplowed. At one point, Matilda was actually captured and held by Stephen's forces. Robert was also captured by Matilda's enemies. The two sides arranged a prisoner exchange. Matilda traded Stephen himself, whom she had briefly captured, for her half-brother Robert. Think about that. She gave up the rival king to get her bastard half-brother back. That's how important Robert was to her cause. Robert never became king. He never even tried to claim the throne for himself, though some contemporaries thought he would make a better ruler than either Matilda or Stephen. He died in 1147, still fighting for his half-sister's cause. In the end, a compromise was reached. Stephen would remain king, but Matilda's son Henry II would inherit after Stephen's death. So the bastard son of Henry I didn't get the crown, but his loyalty ensured that his half-sister's son did. Without Robert of Gloucester, the Plantagenet dynasty might never have come to power. A bastard shaped the course of English monarchy without ever sitting on the throne himself. Robert wasn't Henry I's only illegitimate child to play an important historical role. There was Richard, born around 1101, who died in the White Ship disaster alongside his legitimate half-brother. There was Henry Fitzroy, another son, who fought and died in Wales defending his father's territories. Multiple daughters were married off to noblemen across Europe, creating alliances and spreading Henry's bloodline throughout the aristocracy. The medieval mind didn't see illegitimacy quite the way later centuries would. Yes, bastards couldn't inherit the throne under normal circumstances. Yes, they were legally and socially inferior to legitimate children, but they weren't treated as shameful secrets to be hidden away. Henry acknowledged his illegitimate children openly. He supported them financially, gave them titles when possible, and used them as valuable pieces in the political game of medieval power. This pattern continued with Henry's successors. King Stephen, the man who seized the throne from Matilda, had at least 3 illegitimate children with a mistress named Damet. Little is known about her except that she came from Normandy. One of Stephen's bastard sons, Gervas, became abbot of Westminster. Even in defeat and compromise, even as a man whose own legitimacy as king was questioned, Stephen still fathered and acknowledged children outside his marriage. Then came Henry II, and with him, a whole new generation of royal bastards. Henry II was Robert of Gloucester's nephew, Matilda's son, the man who finally ended the anarchy and established the Plantagenet dynasty. He ruled from 1154 to 1189, and during that time he built an empire that stretched from Scotland to the Pyrenees. He was married to Eleanor of Aquitaine, one of the most powerful and fascinating women of the Middle Ages. Together they had 8 children, including the future kings Richard I and John. But Henry also had at least 12 illegitimate children by several different mistresses. The most famous of these bastards was Geoffrey, who became Archbishop of York. Geoffrey was born around 1152, and his mother was likely a woman named Yekinai, though sources are unclear. What we do know is that Henry acknowledged Geoffrey and provided him with an excellent education. The boy showed talent for both politics and the church, and his father steered him toward a religious career. This wasn't unusual. The medieval church was a perfectly respectable place to put illegitimate sons. They couldn't inherit the throne, but they could become bishops, archbishops, abbots. They could wield enormous power and influence just through different channels than legitimate heirs. Geoffrey eventually became Archbishop of York, one of the most important religious positions in England. Another of Henry's illegitimate sons was William Longuespay, born around 1167. His mother was Ida de Tosny, a royal ward. William grew up to become the Earl of Salisbury through marriage to the heiress of that title. He served loyally under his legitimate half-brother, King John, and later under his nephew, King Henry III. He was a respected military commander and died in 1226. What's striking about Henry II's illegitimate children is how seamlessly they integrated into the nobility. William Longspee wasn't seen as somehow lesser because of his birth. He was accepted as a legitimate earl through his wife, served as a trusted commander, and founded a line that continued for generations. Geoffrey, despite being a bastard, held one of the highest church offices in the land. The pattern holds across medieval England. Kings had mistresses, mistresses had children. Those children were acknowledged, given surnames like Fitzroy, which literally means son of the king, educated, married off strategically and put to use in service of the crown. Richard I the Lionheart, Henry's son and successor, was too busy fighting crusades and wars in France to spend much time in England. He ruled for 10 years and spent maybe 6 months of that time in his own kingdom. But he still found time to father at least one illegitimate child, Philip of Cognac. Philip died young, possibly in battle, and is sometimes referred to as Philip the Bastard in historical sources. Shakespeare even included a character based on him in his play King John, though the historical details are murky. Then came King John, and here's where the numbers start getting hard to track. John ruled England from 1199 to 1216, and he had a complicated personal life, to put it mildly. His first marriage to Isabella of Gloucester was annulled after 13 years. During that marriage, John had at least 5 illegitimate children with various mistresses, 2 of whom are known to have been noblewomen. After his first marriage ended, John married Isabella of Angoulême, and the extent of his extramarital activities during that second marriage is less clear. What we do know is that John acknowledged multiple illegitimate children and that several of them went on to play important roles. One daughter, Jean or Joan, married Llewellyn the Great, Prince of Wales. This was a strategic alliance, using an illegitimate daughter to create peace with a powerful Welsh ruler. Another son, Richard Fitzroy, appears in records, but his later life is poorly documented. John's reign was famously troubled. He lost most of his French territories, fought with his barons, and was eventually forced to sign the Magna Carta, limiting royal power. His illegitimate children were relatively minor players in these dramas, but they were there, woven into the fabric of his court and his political strategy. By the time we reach the Wars of the Roses in the 15th century, the medieval pattern of acknowledging royal bastards was well established. Kings had them, acknowledged them, used them. Nobody pretended it was ideal. The church certainly didn't approve, but it was understood as simply how things worked. Edward IV, who ruled from 1461 to 1470, and then again from 1471 to 1483, after a brief overthrow, had at least 5 illegitimate children. The most well-documented is Arthur Plantagenet, who became Viscount Lisle. Arthur's mother was Elizabeth Lucy, one of Edward's mistresses, before he secretly married Elizabeth Woodville. Arthur grew up to serve his legitimate nephew Henry VIII and was later appointed Lord Deputy of Calais, an important military and administrative position. Edward also had a daughter named Grace Plantagenet, whose mother remains unknown to history. What makes Grace notable is a single moment at the end of her stepmother's life. When Queen Elizabeth Woodville died, her funeral barge carried her body to its final resting place. Only one woman of high birth accompanied the Queen's body on that journey, Grace Plantagenet, the illegitimate daughter keeping vigil over the legitimate Queen. One historian noted that this might seem to show Elizabeth Woodville had enough generosity of spirit to make a friend of a girl she might well have resented. Or perhaps it speaks to Grace's character, that she earned respect despite the circumstances of her birth. Either way, it's a small human detail in a story often told, only through battles and political maneuvering. Edward's brother Richard III, who ruled for just 2 years before dying at Bosworth Field in 1485, also had illegitimate children. He acknowledged 2, Catherine Plantagenet and John of Gloucester. Both were old enough at the time of Richard's brief reign to suggest they were born during his teenage years, before his marriage to Anne Neville. Who their mothers were remains unknown. Richard legitimized them and provided for them, Catherine through marriage and John through titles and position. When Richard died and the Tudor dynasty began, his bastard children survived, living quietly as reminders of the last Plantagenet king. This brings us to the end of the medieval period and the pattern we've seen repeated across 250 years. From William the Conqueror through the Plantagenet kings, illegitimate children were a constant presence in royal life. They weren't hidden. They weren't shameful secrets. They were acknowledged, documented, and used. The surname Fitzroy, or variations like Fitz-Clarence that would come later, became a signal. This person is the child of royalty, born outside marriage but recognized and given status. These children could become earls, archbishops, military commanders. They could marry into the highest levels of nobility. What they couldn't do, except in the most extraordinary circumstances like William the Conqueror, was inherit the throne. That legal distinction mattered enormously. It meant that kings could father as many illegitimate children as they wanted without threatening the succession. The legitimate line was sacred, protected by law and custom. The illegitimate children were useful, valuable, important, but not dangerous to the established order. At least that was the theory. As we'll see when we move into the Tudor period, that comfortable medieval arrangement was about to become much more complicated. Because when religion and politics collided in the 16th century, when the question of who was legitimate and who wasn't became tied to whether England would be Catholic or Protestant, suddenly the bastards weren't just useful tools of royal policy. They became potential threats to the throne itself. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. For now, understand this. The medieval kings of England, from William the Conqueror through the Plantagenets, fathered dozens of illegitimate children. These children shaped noble houses, commanded armies, made political alliances, and left bloodlines that extend to the present day. They were the original royal bastards, and their stories laid the foundation for everything that came after. If you look at a family tree of the British aristocracy today, you'll find that many, perhaps most, of the great noble houses can trace their ancestry back to one of these medieval bastards. The children born in the shadows of royal beds became the foundation of the establishment. They were the secret that everyone knew, the scandal that was simply accepted as part of how power worked. The medieval world had many flaws, but it at least had the virtue of honesty about this particular vice. Kings had mistresses, mistresses had children. The children were acknowledged and provided for. Nobody pretended this was how things should be, but nobody pretended it wasn't how things were. That would change. As we move forward through British history, the treatment of royal bastards will shift from open acknowledgement to dangerous secret to complete erasure. But those changes were still in the future. For now, in the medieval period, the pattern was clear. Royal blood, even on the wrong side of the blanket, meant something. It opened doors, created opportunities, and occasionally changed the course of history. Robert of Gloucester didn't become king, but without him, the Plantagenet dynasty might never have taken the throne. William the Conqueror was mocked as a bastard, but he conquered a kingdom and changed the language, law, and culture of England forever. These weren't failures. These weren't cautionary tales about the dangers of illegitimacy. These were men and women who used what they had, who made the most of their circumstances, and who proved that sometimes being born on the wrong side of the blanket didn't mean you were destined for the wrong side of history. The medieval kings were far from perfect. They were often brutal, sometimes incompetent, frequently more concerned with power than with the welfare of their subjects. But when it came to their illegitimate children, they established a system that, for all its flaws, at least gave those children a chance at education, at marriage, at titles and positions, a chance to matter. That system wouldn't last. The world was changing. New ideas about legitimacy, about the sanctity of marriage, about the role of the church in royal affairs were already beginning to take hold. By the time Henry VIII came to power in 1509, the comfortable medieval compromise was already under strain. But that's a story for the next part of our journey through the secret children of British royalty. For now, remember this. The foundation was laid in the Middle Ages. The precedent was set. Kings could have illegitimate children, and those children could become powerful, influential, important figures in their own right. Is not king, almost never king. That distinction would prove crucial in the centuries to come. But for the medieval bastards, it was enough to be acknowledged, to be given a chance, to know that, despite the circumstances of their birth, they belonged to the royal family in some form, however unofficial. The medieval period ended, but the legacy of its royal bastards continued. Their blood mixed into the aristocracy. Their descendants married and had children and spread across the British upper classes. By the time we reach the present day, it's nearly impossible to find a major noble family that doesn't have a royal bastard somewhere in their family tree. The secret everyone knew became the foundation of the establishment, and that, perhaps more than anything else, tells you what you need to know about how power actually works in England. Not through the official channels of legitimate succession, though those matter. Not through the careful maintenance of pure bloodlines, though the monarchy pretends that's important, but through the messy, complicated, very human reality of desire, pregnancy, and the children born from both. Medieval England was built on these foundations. Knights and nobles, bishops and earls, all descended from someone who started life as a royal bastard. The legitimate children got the crowns, the illegitimate children got everything else, and in the long run, that turned out to be more than enough. The year is 1519, and somewhere in England, probably at the Augustinian Priory of St. Lawrence in Blackmore, a woman named Elizabeth Blount is giving birth. She's young, beautiful, and until recently, she was a lady-in-waiting for Queen Catherine of Aragon. But everyone at court knows that for the past few years, Elizabeth has been something else entirely. She's been the mistress of King Henry VIII. The baby is a boy, healthy, strong, everything a king could want in a son. There's just one problem. He's not Catherine's child. He's Elizabeth's, and that makes him illegitimate. Henry names the boy Henry Fitzroy. The surname is a deliberate choice. Fitz from the Norman French meaning son of, and Roy meaning king. Son of the king. It's the traditional name given to acknowledged royal bastards, and Henry is making it absolutely clear that he recognizes this child as his own. Why does this matter? Because by 1519, King Henry VIII has been married to Catherine of Aragon for 10 years, and in all that time she has given him only one surviving child, a daughter named Mary, born in 1516. Henry desperately wants a son, a legitimate male heir to continue the Tudor dynasty. Catherine has been pregnant multiple times. She's had miscarriages, stillbirths, children who died in infancy. The only one who survived was Mary. And while Henry loves his daughter, a daughter is not what he needs. Medieval England had never been ruled by a queen in her own right. The closest they'd come was Matilda in the 12th century, and that had resulted in 20 years of civil war. Henry knows his history. He knows that if he dies, leaving only a daughter, England could descend into chaos again. He needs a son. And now he has one, just not with his wife. Henry Fitzroy's early years are somewhat mysterious. Some historians believe he was raised at court with the legitimate royal children. Others think he stayed with his mother and her husband, Gilbert Talboys, who Elizabeth married after the affair with Henry ended. What we know for certain is that by 1525, when the boy was 6 years old, Henry decided it was time to bring his illegitimate son into the spotlight. On June 18, 1525, young Henry Fitzroy was brought by barge to Bridewell Palace in London. It was a spectacular ceremony, the kind of grand public display that the Tudor court did better than anyone. Knights and nobles attended. The king himself was present, and on that day, 6-year-old Henry Fitzroy was created Duke of Richmond and Somerset. Let's pause on that for a moment. A double dukedom. This was unprecedented. No illegitimate child had ever been given such high titles before. Richmond was the title that Henry VII, the current king's father, had held before becoming king. Somerset was associated with the Beaufort family, who had themselves been illegitimate children later legitimized. Henry was sending a very clear message. This bastard son might be illegitimate, but he was royally important. Some at court whispered that Henry intended to make Fitzroy his heir. Others thought the king was simply showing off, demonstrating his virility after years of his wife's failed pregnancies. Catherine of Aragon certainly understood the implication. Her one surviving child was a daughter. Henry's mistress had given him the son she couldn't. Henry Fitzroy was educated like a prince. He learned languages, studied classical texts, and was trained in the arts of war and governance. He was given lands that had belonged to Henry VII's mother, Margaret Beaufort. He held state offices, attended important ceremonies, and was treated in many ways as if he were legitimate. But he wasn't, and that distinction would prove crucial. By 1527, Henry VIII had decided his marriage to Catherine of Aragon was invalid. His reasoning was complex, based on biblical interpretation and the fact that Catherine had previously been married to his older brother Arthur, who died young. Henry wanted an annulment. He wanted to marry Anne Boleyn, and crucially, he wanted legitimate sons with Anne. What followed was one of the most consequential episodes in English history: the break with Rome, the establishment of the Church of England, the dissolution of the monasteries. All of it stemmed from Henry's desperate need for a legitimate male heir. And through all of this, Henry Fitzroy remained in the background, a living reminder that Henry was capable of fathering healthy sons, just not with his wife. There were rumors, wild speculation that Henry might legitimize Fitzroy and name him heir. Some suggested the boy might marry his half-sister Mary, combining their claims to strengthen the succession. A papal legate actually reported this possibility back to Rome, though nothing came of it. The very idea horrified many, even in an age that accepted cousin marriage. Henry Fitzroy died in July 1536. He was 17 years old. The cause of death is uncertain, possibly tuberculosis or another pulmonary illness. Some contemporaries suspected poison, though no evidence supports this. What matters is that Henry VIII's only acknowledged illegitimate son died before the succession question was resolved. By the time of Fitzroy's death, Henry had already broken with Rome, married Anne Boleyn, and fathered a daughter with her, Elizabeth. Anne herself had recently been executed on charges of adultery and treason. Henry was already courting Jane Seymour, who would give him the legitimate son he'd wanted all along, Edward, born in 1537. But here's what makes Henry Fitzroy's story so important. He was the only illegitimate child Henry VIII ever acknowledged. Ever. Despite being married 6 times, having affairs with multiple women, despite being king for 38 years, Henry only ever publicly recognized one bastard son. Why? The simple answer is that by the time Henry came to power, the rules had changed. The medieval pattern of openly acknowledged bastards was already under strain. The Protestant Reformation placed new emphasis on the sanctity of marriage. The Tudor dynasty was relatively new, still trying to establish its legitimacy after the Wars of the Roses. Henry couldn't afford to appear as dissolute as some of his medieval predecessors. But there were almost certainly other illegitimate children. The evidence is fragmentary and disputed, but historians have identified at least 2 other possible bastards. Catherine and Henry Carey were the children of Mary Boleyn, Anne Boleyn's older sister. Mary was Henry's mistress before Anne caught the king's eye. The affair lasted from around 1520 to 1523. Catherine Carey was born in 1524, right at the end of the time period when Mary and Henry were involved. Henry Carey was born in 1526. Henry never acknowledged either child as his. They were legally recognized as the children of Mary's husband, William Carey, a minor noble who was part of Henry's court circle. But the timing of Catherine's birth in particular has led many historians to suspect that Henry was actually the father. If so, it means that when Henry later married Anne Boleyn, he was marrying the sister of the mother of his illegitimate children. Even in the Tudor court, that was a complicated situation. Catherine Carey grew up, married, and had children of her own. One of her descendants was a woman named Frances Walsingham, who eventually married Robert Devereux, Earl of Essex. Through various marriages and births, Catherine Carey's bloodline eventually led to a girl named Diana Spencer. Yes, that Diana Spencer. Princess Diana was potentially a descendant of Henry VIII through his unacknowledged illegitimate daughter. If the speculation is correct, then when Prince Charles married Diana, he was marrying a distant cousin descended from his ancestor's secret child. Then there's the case of Elizabeth Taleboys. In recent years, some researchers have argued that Elizabeth Blount, Henry Fitzroy's mother, had a second child by Henry, a daughter, also named Elizabeth, born around 1520. This daughter would have been born after Fitzroy, but before Henry's affair with Mary Boleyn ended. The evidence is circumstantial. Elizabeth Taleboys grew up in the household of the same Gilbert Taleboys who married Elizabeth Blount. Some documents suggest she was treated with unusual favor for someone who was supposedly just the stepdaughter of a former royal mistress. One researcher has even claimed that Elizabeth Taleboys should have been recognized as Henry's eldest child and therefore should have taken the throne instead of Elizabeth I. That's almost certainly overreach, but it speaks to a larger truth. Henry VIII probably fathered more illegitimate children than just Henry Fitzroy. He just didn't acknowledge them. The medieval pattern of openness had given way to something more secretive, more careful, more conscious of public image. And then there's the most persistent rumor of all, the theory that Queen Elizabeth I herself had secret children. Elizabeth became queen in 1558 and ruled until 1603. She never married, earning the title of the Virgin Queen. This virginity was central to her public image, her political strategy, and eventually her legend. But there have always been whispers that the Virgin Queen wasn't quite as virginal as she claimed. The most elaborate of these theories is called the Prince Tudor theory. According to this speculation, Elizabeth had a secret affair with Edward de Vere, the Earl of Oxford. Some versions claim that de Vere was actually Elizabeth's son from an even earlier secret relationship, making the affair incestuous. Other versions suggest that Elizabeth and de Vere had a child together who was hidden away. The theory gets even stranger. Some proponents claim that this secret son was the real author of Shakespeare's plays, writing under the name William Shakespeare to hide his true identity. There's a more extreme version, Prince Tudor II, which suggests Elizabeth had another child by her own secret son, creating an incestuous grandchild. None of this is supported by credible evidence. Serious historians dismiss it entirely. Elizabeth lived under constant scrutiny. Her ladies-in-waiting watched her constantly. Her advisors monitored her health and her monthly cycles because everyone was desperate to know if she would marry and produce an heir. A secret pregnancy would have been nearly impossible to hide. But the fact that the theory exists at all tells us something important. By the Elizabethan era, the idea of a royal having secret children had shifted from accepted practice to scandalous rumor to conspiracy theory. What medieval kings did openly, Tudor monarchs had to hide or deny. The stakes had gotten higher. The scrutiny had increased, and the consequences of illegitimacy had become more severe. Elizabeth's father had broken with the Catholic Church to remarry. He'd declared his daughters Mary and Elizabeth illegitimate at various points, only to later restore them to the succession. The question of legitimacy had become tied up with religion, politics, and national identity. A bastard wasn't just a legal category anymore. It was a potential crisis. When Elizabeth died without children, legitimate or otherwise, the throne passed to James VI of Scotland, who became James I of England. James was the son of Mary, Queen of Scots, and therefore descended from Henry VII through Margaret Tudor. His claim came through legitimate lines, through careful genealogical tracing, through everything being proper and documented. James himself was an interesting character when it came to matters of the bedroom. He was almost certainly bisexual, having intense emotional and likely physical relationships with male favorites throughout his life. Robert Carr, Earl of Somerset, was one such favorite. George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, was another. The relationships were passionate, possessive, and caused considerable scandal at court. But here's the thing. Despite these relationships, despite the rumors and the whispers, there are no confirmed illegitimate children attributed to James. He had legitimate children with his wife, Anne of Denmark. He had male lovers who caused political chaos. But secret bastards? None that history has definitively identified. This might seem odd given the pattern we've seen, but remember, by James's time, the rules had changed completely. James was trying to unite England and Scotland under one crown. He was navigating religious tensions between Catholics, Anglicans, and Puritans. He was establishing a new dynasty, the Stuarts, in England. He couldn't afford the kind of casual fathering of bastards that medieval kings had indulged in. The English Civil War erupted under James's son, Charles I. Charles was a rigid, formal, deeply religious man who believed absolutely in the divine right of kings. He was executed in 1649 after losing a war against Parliament. During his reign and his years of conflict, there are no reliable records of Charles having mistresses or illegitimate children. He was, by all accounts, faithful to his wife, Henrietta Maria. Charles's sons, raised in exile after their father's execution, would have a very different approach to royal sexuality. Charles II was 18 years old in 1648 when he met a woman named Lucy Walter. He was living in The Hague, in what is now the Netherlands. During the English Civil War, his father was still alive but imprisoned. The future was uncertain. Young Charles, described as handsome and charming, began an affair with Lucy, who was herself only 18. Their son was born in April 1649 in Rotterdam. By that time, Charles I had been beheaded. Charles II was proclaimed king in Scotland, though he was still in exile and wouldn't actually take the throne in England for another 11 years. The boy was named James, and from the beginning, everyone knew who his father was. This is important. Charles acknowledged his son. In a break from the careful secrecy of the Tudor era, in a return to something more like the medieval pattern, Charles openly admitted that this child was his. The boy was given the surname Crofts at first, after the man who was raising him. Later, he would be called James Fitzroy, and then eventually James Scott, Duke of Monmouth. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's talk about why Charles acknowledged this child when his Tudor predecessors had been so careful to hide their indiscretions. The answer is complicated. Charles was in exile, so normal rules of court behavior didn't apply in quite the same way. He was young, still establishing his identity and not yet king of anything except in name. He had no legitimate children and no immediate prospects of marriage. Acknowledging a bastard son didn't threaten a succession that didn't yet exist. There might also have been genuine affection. Reports suggest that Charles was quite taken with Lucy Walter, at least for a time. She was described as beautiful, bold, and vivacious. One contemporary called her a brown, beautiful, bold, but insipid creature. The relationship didn't last. Charles left The Hague in 1650, and though he saw Lucy occasionally after that, the romantic connection was over. Lucy's life after Charles ended their relationship was tragic. She had another child, a daughter named Mary, possibly fathered by a different man. She struggled financially. Her behavior became erratic. By 1658, she was dying of a venereal disease in Paris. On her deathbed, she made a confession to a priest named John Cossin, claiming that she had proof she and Charles were married, kept in a black box. This claim would come back to haunt everyone later, but for now, what matters is that Lucy died and young James was sent to England to be raised by supporters of his father. When Charles II was finally restored to the throne in 1660, one of his first acts was to bring his illegitimate son to court. In 1663, 14-year-old James Crofts was created Duke of Monmouth. He was also made Earl of Doncaster and Baron Scott of Tinsdale. A month later, he was made a Knight of the Garter, one of the highest honors in England. He was married to Anne Scott, the Countess of Buccleuch, in her own right, making him Duke of Buccleuch as well. From that point on, he was known as the Duke of Monmouth, or just Monmouth, and he became one of the most visible and controversial figures at Charles's court. Charles clearly adored his son. He gave him military commands, political offices, honors, and titles. Monmouth served in the Royal Navy under his uncle James, Duke of York. He commanded troops in wars against the Dutch. He was appointed to the Privy Council. He became Captain General of all land forces. For a bastard, Monmouth accumulated an extraordinary amount of power. And that's when things got dangerous, because Charles II's wife, Catherine of Braganza, couldn't have children. As the years passed and it became clear that Charles would have no legitimate heir, people began to wonder, who would succeed him? The legal answer was his brother, James, Duke of York, but James had converted to Catholicism, and England was deeply, violently Protestant. The idea of a Catholic king terrified much of the population. An alternative emerged. What if the king's eldest son, the Duke of Monmouth, could inherit? Yes, he was illegitimate, but he was Protestant, popular, and clearly his father's favorite. Some people began pushing the idea that Lucy Walter and Charles had actually been married in secret, which would make Monmouth legitimate after all. Remember that black box Lucy had mentioned on her deathbed? Suddenly, people were very interested in finding it. Charles issued a proclamation in 1678 stating clearly that he had never married anyone except Catherine. He had the Privy Council investigate. They found no evidence of a secret marriage. The black box, if it ever existed, was never found. Charles stated explicitly that Monmouth was illegitimate and could not inherit. But a faction at court, the Whigs, kept pushing. They introduced the Exclusion Bill in Parliament, trying to exclude James from the succession and presumably clear the way for Monmouth. The political crisis consumed England from 1678 to 1681. It created the first real political parties, the Whigs who wanted to exclude James, and the Tories who supported the legal succession. Monmouth himself was caught in the middle. He loved his father and reportedly didn't want to openly challenge him, but he was also ambitious, convinced of his own right to rule, and surrounded by people who kept telling him he should be king. The relationship between father and son deteriorated. Charles sent Monmouth into exile. Monmouth defied his father and returned. They reconciled briefly, then fell out again. In 1683, the Rye House plot was discovered. This was a conspiracy to assassinate Charles and James on their way back from horse races at Newmarket. Monmouth was implicated, though his exact role is unclear. Charles was devastated. Many expected him to execute his son, but Charles couldn't bring himself to do it. Instead, Monmouth fled to the Netherlands. When Charles II died in February 1685, James became king as James II. Monmouth was in exile, but his supporters urged him to return and claim the throne. In June 1685, Monmouth landed at Lyme Regis with a small force. He declared himself the rightful king, claiming that Charles had been secretly married to his mother after all, and that James was a usurper. The Monmouth Rebellion lasted less than 2 months. Monmouth's forces were defeated at the Battle of Sedgemoor. Monmouth himself was captured trying to escape. He was brought to London and held in the Tower. He wrote letters to James, his uncle, begging for mercy. He said he'd been misled, that he didn't really claim the throne, that he was sorry. James was unmoved. Monmouth was beheaded on Tower Hill on July 15, 1685. The execution was botched. The executioner, Jack Ketch, needed multiple blows to sever the head. Witnesses said Monmouth was still moving after the 5th strike. Eventually, they had to use a knife to finish the job. It was a horrible, drawn-out death. So ended the life of James Scott, Duke of Monmouth, the favored illegitimate son of Charles II, the boy who grew up thinking he might be king, the man who led a rebellion and died a traitor's death. His story is a perfect illustration of how the stakes had changed since medieval times. Medieval bastards like Robert of Gloucester could be powerful supporters of the crown. Tudor bastards had to be hidden or at least downplayed, but Stuart bastards, if they got too ambitious, they could end up headless in the Tower. Monmouth wasn't Charles II's only illegitimate child, not even close. Charles acknowledged at least 12 bastards, possibly more. Some sources put the number as high as 14 or 17. He had affairs throughout his reign with actresses, noblewomen, courtesans, anyone who caught his eye. There was Barbara Villiers, who became the Duchess of Cleveland. She was Charles's chief mistress for nearly a decade and gave him at least 5 children, possibly 6. The paternity of one daughter, Anne, was disputed even at the time. Barbara insisted Anne was Charles' daughter. Charles publicly acknowledged her, but privately expressed doubts. Some thought Anne might actually be the daughter of John Churchill, who later became the Duke of Marlborough, or possibly the Earl of Chesterfield. Either way, Barbara's confirmed children by Charles included Charles Fitzroy, who became Duke of Cleveland and Duke of Southampton, Henry Fitzroy, who became Duke of Grafton, George Fitzroy, who became Duke of Northumberland, Charlotte Fitzroy, who married a nobleman. These children all received substantial titles, lands, and positions at court. Then there was Nell Gwynn, probably the most famous of Charles' mistresses. Nell was an actress, which in the 1600s was just barely respectable. She was witty, charming, and completely uninterested in political intrigue. She just seemed to genuinely enjoy her relationship with the king. She had 2 sons by Charles. The younger died in infancy. The elder, Charles Beauclerc, was created Duke of St. Albans. Louise de Carola was French, aristocratic, and politically connected. She was probably placed at the English court as a spy for Louis XIV of France, though the evidence for this is circumstantial. She and Charles had a son, Charles Lennox, who became Duke of Richmond. This bloodline is particularly interesting because through various marriages and descendants, it eventually led to both Diana Spencer and Camilla Parker Bowles. When Charles III married Camilla, he was marrying a woman descended from his ancestor's mistress. There were other mistresses, other children. Catherine Pegg, who gave Charles a son named Charles Fitzcharles. Moll Davis, an actress who had a daughter named Mary. The exact number is hard to pin down because not all of Charles's affairs were well documented, and he didn't acknowledge every child that might have been his. What's remarkable is how open this all was. Charles didn't hide his mistresses. They appeared at court. They had apartments in royal palaces. Their children were acknowledged, given titles, and integrated into the aristocracy. This was the medieval pattern reborn, the return to a system where royal bastards were simply accepted as part of how monarchy worked. But there was a crucial difference. These bastards were not threatening the succession in the way Monmouth had. Charles made sure they all knew they couldn't be king. He gave them everything else: wealth, titles, position, but never even a hint that they could inherit the throne. Monmouth had reached for the crown, and it had cost him his head. The lesson was clear. When Charles died, his brother James became king, despite being Catholic. James II had his own illegitimate children. He'd had an affair with Arabella Churchill, sister of the future Duke of Marlborough, and she bore him 4 children. He also had children with Catherine Sedley, though only one survived childhood. James acknowledged these children, but gave them none of the prominence or power that Charles had given his bastards. James was too busy fighting to keep his crown. His Catholicism made him wildly unpopular. Within 3 years of taking the throne, he was overthrown in the Glorious Revolution of 1688. He fled to France and spent the rest of his life in exile, dying at 1701. The throne went to his Protestant daughter Mary and her husband William of Orange. The Stuart line, at least the direct legitimate Stuart line, would continue for one more generation through Mary's sister Anne. When Anne died in 1714 without surviving children, the crown passed to the Hanoverian dynasty. But the illegitimate Stuart children remained. They married into noble families. They had children of their own. They spread the Stuart bloodline throughout the British aristocracy. Today, if you trace the genealogy carefully, you'll find that many British nobles, and even some members of the current royal family, descend from Charles II's mistresses. Diana Spencer, as we mentioned, was descended from Charles Lennox, Duke of Richmond, son of Louise de Keroualle. Sarah Ferguson, Duchess of York, descends from both the Duke of Richmond and from James Scott, Duke of Monmouth. Queen Camilla also descends from Charles Lennox. When William, Prince of Wales, eventually becomes king, Charles II will officially become an ancestor of the British monarchy, not through legitimate descent, but through his bastard. This is the strange irony of the Stuart period. The kings themselves, the legitimate line, died out or were overthrown, but the bastards survived, thrived, and embedded themselves so deeply in the British upper classes that you can't tell the story of British aristocracy without them. The Tudor period had tried to control illegitimacy, to minimize it, to make it something secret and shameful. Henry VIII acknowledged one bastard and hid the others. Elizabeth supposedly had none at all. But the Stuarts, or at least Charles II, brought back the medieval openness. Yes, I have mistresses. Yes, they have my children. Yes, I'm giving those children titles and wealth. What of it? They're themselves, and both with me. Wealth of Britain. But of the type of illegitimate, support, descent. It was almost refreshing in its honesty. Almost. Because underneath the surface, the dangers remained. Monmouth's execution proved that. An illegitimate child could be showered with honors, but the moment they reached for the crown, they became a threat that had to be eliminated. The medieval bastards had been useful tools of royal policy. The Tudor bastards had been carefully hidden embarrassments. The Stuart bastards were acknowledged, celebrated, and integrated into the establishment, with the clear understanding that the one thing they could never, ever have was the throne itself. This created a strange new aristocratic class, people who were royal by blood, who carried the surnames that marked them as the king's children, who moved in the highest circles of power, but who were forever barred from the ultimate prize. They could be dukes, but not kings. They could command armies, but not inherit the crown. They existed in a liminal space between royalty and nobility, neither fully one nor fully the other. And that brings us to the end of the Tudor and Stuart period. From Henry VIII's careful acknowledgement of one son while hiding others, through Elizabeth's supposed virginity, to Charles II's spectacular openness about his many children, we've seen the treatment of royal bastards evolve and shift. The pattern that emerges is this. As the monarchy became more concerned with public image, with religious legitimacy, with political stability, illegitimate children became more dangerous and more carefully managed. But they never went away. The kings still had affairs, the mistresses still had children. The only question was whether those children would be acknowledged or hidden, celebrated or erased. Medieval kings could afford to be open because the system was secure. Everyone knew bastards couldn't inherit, so there was no threat. Tudor kings faced religious upheaval and dynastic uncertainty, so they hid their bastards and pretended to be paragons of virtue, at least officially. Stuart kings returned to openness but learned the hard way that acknowledged bastards could become dangerous if they got ambitious. Through it all, one constant remained. Royal blood, even on the wrong side of the blanket, meant something. It opened doors, created opportunities, and sometimes cost lives. The children born from royal affairs weren't just footnotes in history. They were players in the story, sometimes minor, sometimes major, but always present. If you're still watching, drop a comment about which of these royal bastards surprises you most. The beheaded duke who tried to be king, the hidden daughters who might descend to Princess Diana, the open acknowledgement after years of Tudor secrecy. Let us know what you think. Because we're only halfway through this journey, we've covered the medieval foundations and the Tudor and Stuart complications, but we haven't yet talked about the most prolific period of all. The age when one king alone fathered so many illegitimate children that they literally populated the British aristocracy. We haven't talked about the 10 children of another king, who all carried a surname that marked them as royal bastards. We haven't talked about the modern rumors, the DNA tests, or the conspiracy theories. That's all still to come, but for now, understand this. The Tudor and Stuart periods transformed how England thought about royal bastards. They went from accepted fact to scandalous secret, to acknowledged reality to dangerous threat, and finally to integrated aristocracy. The children themselves didn't change. What changed was how the monarchy managed them, presented them, and used them. Henry Fitzroy died before he could challenge for the throne, but his existence proved Henry VIII could father healthy sons. The Duke of Monmouth challenged for the throne and lost his head, proving that royal blood alone wasn't enough. Charles II's other children accepted their place in the aristocracy, and their descendants are still there today, woven into the fabric of British high society. The medieval bastards built noble houses. The Tudor and Stuart bastards navigated a far more treacherous landscape, where being royal could get you wealth and position, or it could get you executed, depending on how ambitious you were and how paranoid the legitimate heirs felt. But the story doesn't end with the Stuarts, because after Anne died and the Hanoverians took over, a whole new chapter in the secret children of British royalty was about to begin. A chapter that would see the practice reach its absolute peak and then slowly, gradually, fade away into rumor and denial. The crown passed to German princes who barely spoke English. The mistresses became more carefully chosen, the children are more strategically placed, and through it all, the secret everyone knew, that kings had children outside their marriages, continued to shape British history in ways both obvious and hidden. When Charles II died in 1685, he left behind a wife with no children, a kingdom in turmoil, and at least 14 illegitimate sons and daughters scattered across the aristocracy. His brother James lasted 3 years on the throne before being overthrown. The Stuart dynasty limped along for one more generation under Queen Anne, and then it was over. The crown passed to a German prince who became George I, and England entered what historians call the Georgian era. But before we get to the Georgians and their own complicated relationship with illegitimate children, we need to go back and look more carefully at exactly what Charles II created. Because calling him the father of 14 bastards doesn't really capture the scale of what happened. This wasn't just a king having affairs. This was a systematic repopulation of the British aristocracy with royal blood. Let's start with Barbara Villiers, because her story encapsulates everything that was extraordinary and scandalous about Charles's court. Barbara was born in 1640, which made her 10 years younger than Charles. She came from a royalist family that had supported the crown during the Civil War. She was married at 19 to Roger Palmer, who would later become Earl of Castlemaine. The marriage was troubled from the start. Barbara was ambitious, beautiful, and not particularly interested in being a faithful wife to a minor nobleman. She met Charles in 1660, right around the time of the Restoration, when he finally took the throne after years of exile. The attraction was immediate and mutual. Within months, Barbara was pregnant with her first child by the king. Her husband knew the child wasn't his. The whole court knew. Charles knew. Nobody particularly cared, or at least nobody with enough power to do anything about it. Barbara's first child by Charles was a daughter, Anne, born in February 1661. Here's where it gets complicated. Anne was born so soon after Barbara and Charles began their affair that some people questioned whether Charles was really the father. Barbara insisted he was. Charles publicly acknowledged Anne as his daughter, giving her the surname Fitzroy, and later creating her Countess of Sussex. But privately, Charles apparently had doubts. Some thought the real father was Roger Palmer, Barbara's actual husband. Others whispered that it might be John Churchill, a young officer at court who would later become the Duke of Marlborough and one of England's greatest military commanders. The uncertainty around Anne's parentage didn't stop Charles from treating her as his daughter. She grew up at court, was provided for generously, and eventually married. But the rumors never quite went away. Even today, historians debate whether Anne Fitzroy was really Charles's child, or whether Barbara convinced him to acknowledge a daughter who might not have been his. What's not in doubt is that Barbara's next child was absolutely Charles's son. Charles Fitzroy was born in June 1662, about 16 months after Anne. This time there was no question of parentage. The timing was right. Charles acknowledged him immediately, and as the boy grew, he apparently resembled his father. Charles was created Duke of Cleveland, and later Duke of Southampton, making him one of the most titled noblemen in England. Then came Henry Fitzroy, born in September 1663. Henry was created Duke of Grafton. He grew up to be a military officer and was killed in 1690 at the Siege of Cork in Ireland, fighting in the war against the deposed King James II. He was only 27. Before his death, he married and had children, continuing the Grafton line. The dukedom still exists today, passed down through his descendants. Charlotte Fitzroy was born in September 1664. As a daughter, she couldn't inherit titles in her own right, but Charles made sure she was well provided for. She married Edward Henry Lee, Earl of Lichfield, and had children. The Lichfield line continues to this day, and if you trace it forward, you'll find connections to various branches of the British aristocracy. George Fitzroy was born in December 1665. He became Duke of Northumberland, though this was a new creation, not the ancient Northumberland title. George lived until 1716, serving in the military and at court. He married, had children, and his line continued for several generations. And finally, there was another daughter, Barbara, born in July 1672. By this time, Barbara Villiers was losing her position as the king's chief mistress. Nell Gwynn and Louise de Querouaille were rising in Charles' favor. Barbara, the daughter, was probably Charles's child, though again there were whispers. Some thought the Earl of Chesterfield might be the father. But Charles acknowledged her, she was given the Fitzroy surname, and she grew up as a recognized royal bastard. So that's at least 5 children, possibly 6 if we count Anne, all born to one woman over the course of about 12 years. Barbara Villiers was the most successful of Charles's mistresses in terms of producing acknowledged children and securing their futures. Her sons became dukes, her daughters married into the nobility. She herself was created Duchess of Cleveland in her own right, one of the very few times a mistress was given such an honor. But Barbara wasn't content with just being the mother of royal bastards. She wanted wealth, power, and influence. She demanded money from Charles constantly. She accepted gifts and bribes from foreign ambassadors. She interfered in political appointments. She carried on affairs with other men even while she was the king's mistress, which caused an enormous scandal. One contemporary described her as a woman of enormous beauty and sexual appetite, imperious and demanding. Another called her the curse of the nation. Samuel Pepys, the famous diarist, wrote extensively about Barbara, usually with a mixture of fascination and disapproval. She was impossible to ignore, impossible to like, and absolutely central to the politics and gossip of Charles's court. When Charles eventually tired of her and moved on to other mistresses, Barbara didn't go quietly. She retained her titles, her wealth, and her apartments at court. She continued to cause scandals, taking lovers openly and spending money extravagantly. She lived until 1709, long enough to see the Stuart dynasty end and the Hanoverians take over. But the legacy of her children with Charles continued. The Duke of Cleveland line died out in the 18th century, but the Grafton line continues. The current Duke of Grafton is a direct male line descendant of Henry Fitzroy, son of Charles II and Barbara Villiers. 360 years later, that illegitimate bloodline is still part of the British aristocracy. Now let's talk about Nell Gwyn, because her story is completely different and in some ways more interesting. Nell was born around 1650, which made her 20 years younger than Charles. Her background was about as far from aristocratic as you could get. Her mother sold vegetables and possibly ran a brothel. Nell herself started working young, first selling oranges at the Theatre Royal in Drury Lane, then becoming an actress. This was the Restoration period, when theaters had just reopened after being banned during the Puritan Commonwealth. Women were allowed on stage for the first time in English history. Nell had no formal training, but she was quick-witted, charming, and apparently very funny. She became one of the most popular comic actresses in London. Charles saw her perform and was smitten. By 1668, Nell had become his mistress. Unlike Barbara Villiers, who was grasping and political, Nell seems to have genuinely enjoyed the king's company. She made him laugh. She didn't involve herself in political intrigue. She accepted her position as the king's mistress without trying to leverage it into power over the government. There's a famous story, possibly apocryphal, about Nell being mistaken for the Catholic Mistress Louise de Querouaille during a period of anti-Catholic riots. An angry mob surrounded her carriage. Nell stuck her head out the window and shouted, "Pray, good people, I am the Protestant whore." The crowd supposedly laughed and let her pass. Nell had 2 sons by Charles. The first, also named Charles, was born in May 1670. Charles created him Baron Headington and Earl of Burford as a young child, and later Duke of St. Albans. The second son was born in 1671 but died in infancy. Nell's relationship with Charles lasted until his death in 1685. She was genuinely devoted to him and he to her. On his deathbed, Charles supposedly said to his brother James, "Let not poor Nellie starve." James honored this request, providing Nell with an annual pension. She lived until 1687, dying at just 37, possibly from a stroke. Her son, the Duke of St. Albans, lived until 1726. He married, had children, and founded a line that continues today. The current Duke of St. Albans is the 14th holder of the title, a direct descendant of Nell Gwyn and Charles II. From an orange seller, an actress, to the founder of a ducal line that has lasted over 3 centuries, it's an extraordinary trajectory. Then there's Louise de Cadoy, and her story brings us into the realm of international politics and espionage. Louise was French, born in 1649 to an aristocratic Breton family. She came to England in 1670 as part of the household of Charles's sister, Henrietta, Duchess of Orléans. Henrietta died suddenly that same year, possibly poisoned, and Louise remained at the English court. Within months, she had become Charles's mistress. Many historians believe Louise was placed at the English court deliberately by Louis XIV of France. Her job was to influence Charles in favor of French interests, and she was apparently quite successful. She received money from the French government. She pushed for policies that benefited France. She became, in essence, a spy, though one who operated in plain sight. Louise and Charles had a son, Charles Lennox, born in July 1672. Charles created him Duke of Richmond and Duke of Lennox, making him one of the highest-ranking noblemen in the kingdom. The Richmond title was significant because it had been held by Henry VII before he became king, and by Henry Fitzroy, the only acknowledged bastard of Henry VIII. Louise was created Duchess of Portsmouth in her own right, giving her a status that Barbara Villiers had clawed and fought for. The English court resented her because she was French, Catholic, and obviously working for French interests. But Charles adored her, and that was enough to protect her. When Charles died, Louise's position became precarious. She was a French agent who had lost her protector. She eventually returned to France, where she lived comfortably on her wealth until 1734. Her son, the Duke of Richmond, stayed in England, married, and had children. And here's where genealogy becomes really interesting. The Richmond line descends through various marriages and births, spreading through the British aristocracy. Follow it forward far enough, and you get to a woman named Frances Ruth Burke Roch, who married John Spencer, Viscount Althorp. Their daughter was Frances Shand Kidd, who married Edward John Spencer, the 8th Earl Spencer, and their daughter was Diana Frances Spencer, who married Prince Charles and became Princess of Wales. Diana was a direct descendant of Charles Lennox, Duke of Richmond, illegitimate son of Charles II, and Louise de Cadoy. When Diana married into the royal family, she was marrying her distant cousin, descended from the same Stuart bloodline through different routes. The legitimate line had died out, but the illegitimate line had survived and prospered. But wait, it gets better. Or more complicated, depending on how you look at it. Camilla Parker Bowles, who would later become Charles II's wife and eventually Queen Camilla, is also descended from the Duke of Richmond. Same line, different branch. So Charles III married 2 women, Diana and Camilla, both of whom descended from his ancestor's mistress. And it's not just Richmond. Sarah Ferguson, Duchess of York, who married Prince Andrew, descends from both the Duke of Richmond and from James Scott, Duke of Monmouth. Multiple lines of descent from Charles II's illegitimate children, all converging back into the modern royal family. This is what Charles II did. He didn't just father illegitimate children. He wove his bloodline so thoroughly into the British aristocracy that by the 20th century, it was almost impossible for royalty to marry someone from the upper classes without marrying a descendant of one of his bastards. But we're not done with Charles's children yet. There were others, beyond the 3 main mistresses. Catherine Pegg was one of Charles's mistresses during his exile, before he became king. She bore him a son, Charles FitzCharles, around 1657. The boy was educated abroad, possibly in Spain, and was known by the nickname Don Carlos. Charles acknowledged him and created him Earl of Plymouth. Charles FitzCharles served in the military and died in 1680 in Tangier from dysentery. He was only 23 and died without legitimate children. Moll Davis was an actress like Nell Gwyn. She and Charles had a daughter, Mary, born around 1673. Mary was acknowledged and provided for, though she didn't receive the same level of titles and wealth as some of Charles's other children. She married and had children, but the line isn't as well documented as some of the others. There were other women, other possible children. The exact count is uncertain because Charles didn't acknowledge every child that might have been his. Some affairs were brief, some mistresses were less important. Some children might have been quietly provided for, without public acknowledgement. What we can say with certainty is that Charles acknowledged at least 12 illegitimate children, and possibly as many as 14 or more. He gave them surnames like Fitzroy and Fitzcharles. He created them earls and dukes. He married them into the nobility, and through those marriages and births, he ensured that his bloodline would continue, even though his legitimate line died with him. The children themselves had varying fortunes. Some, like the Duke of Grafton, died in military service. Some, like the Duke of Monmouth, died in rebellion. Some lived long lives and founded lasting dynasties, but all of them carried the mark of their birth, the knowledge that they were royal, but not quite royal enough. It's worth pausing to consider what this meant for the children themselves. Imagine being the Duke of Richmond, knowing that your father is the king, that you carry royal blood, that you've been given wealth and titles and position, but also knowing that you can never be king. That your younger legitimate cousin, who might be less capable, less intelligent, less worthy, will inherit the crown simply because his parents were married and yours weren't. Some of Charles's bastards seem to have accepted this cheerfully enough. The Duke of St. Albans, Nell Gwyn's son, lived a long and apparently happy life. Others, like Monmouth, couldn't accept it and reached for more. And that reaching cost Monmouth his head. The message was clear. A royal bastard could have almost anything except the crown. Titles, yes. Wealth, yes. Political office, military command, marriage into the highest nobility. All of that was possible. But the throne itself was forbidden. Cross that line and you became a traitor. And traitors died. Charles II's reign represented the absolute peak of acknowledged royal illegitimacy in British history. Never before and never again would a British monarch so openly, so enthusiastically father so many illegitimate children and acknowledged them all. It was a throwback to the medieval period in some ways, but with a crucial difference. The medieval bastards had been useful tools. Charles's bastards were almost companions, people he genuinely seemed to care about and want to provide for. This wasn't just about dynastic strategy. Charles had no legitimate children with Catherine of Braganza despite being married to her for nearly 25 years. He knew his brother James would inherit. He knew the Stuart line would continue through James's daughters. His illegitimate children weren't threatening the succession because the succession was already determined. So Charles could afford to be generous. He could create duchies for his sons, arrange brilliant marriages for his daughters, and generally treat his bastards as if they were almost legitimate. Almost, but never quite. When Charles died in February 1685, he was surrounded by his courtiers, his brother James, his wife Catherine, but not his children. The illegitimate sons and daughters weren't present at the deathbed. Even at the end, there were limits to how close they could come to the throne. His brother James, who became James II, had his own illegitimate children, as we've mentioned, 4 children with Arabella Churchill, including James Fitzjames, who became Duke of Berwick and a Marshal of France, and Henry Fitzjames, who became Duke of Albemarle. James also had children with Catherine Sedley, though only one survived childhood. But James's illegitimate children never achieved the prominence of Charles's. James's reign was too short, too troubled, too consumed by religious conflict. When he was overthrown in the Glorious Revolution and fled to France, his bastards faded from English politics. Some followed him into exile. Others stayed in England and tried to make their peace with the new regime. The Stuart dynasty ended, at least in England, when Queen Anne died in 1714. without surviving children. Despite being pregnant at least 17 times, Anne had no living heirs. The crown passed to George of Hanover, a German prince who barely spoke English and who was chosen primarily because he was Protestant. But the Stuart bloodline didn't end. It continued through all those illegitimate children, the Dukes of Grafton, St Albans, Richmond, and Buccleuch, the earls and barons and untitled descendants who married and had children and spread Stuart blood throughout the British upper classes. Today, if you attend any major aristocratic gathering in Britain, you're almost certainly in a room with descendants of Charles II's mistresses. They're everywhere. Some carry the historic ducal titles. Others are just ordinary nobles or even commoners who happen to have Stuart blood somewhere in their family tree. This is the strange legacy of Charles II. The legitimate Stuart line died out. The illegitimate Stuart line thrived. And when you trace forward through marriages and births and deaths, you find that the current royal family, through Prince William's marriage to Catherine Middleton, and through King Charles's marriages to Diana and Camilla, has reabsorbed that illegitimate Stuart blood. When William eventually becomes king, Charles II will officially become an ancestor of the British monarchy, not through his legitimate descent, which ended, but through his bastards who survived and prospered and married back into royalty 3 centuries later. It's poetic justice of a sort. The children who couldn't inherit the throne in the 17th century became the ancestors of the kings and queens of the 21st century. The blood that was declared illegitimate, inferior, unworthy of the crown, turned out to be the blood that survived and continued. And it's worth noting that this isn't unique to the Stuarts. The medieval bastards did the same thing. Robert of Gloucester didn't become king, but his descendants married into royal lines and eventually contributed to the bloodline of later monarchs. The illegitimate children of Henry I, Henry II, and the other medieval kings spread through the aristocracy, and eventually, centuries later, merged back into royalty. Royal bastards were never truly separate from the legitimate line. They were always close, always circling, always waiting for the opportunity to merge back in through marriage and time and the complicated mathematics of genealogy. There's an irony here that would have horrified the people who created the laws against illegitimate succession. Those laws said that bastards couldn't inherit the throne. They said that only legitimate children, born in wedlock, could be monarchs. But they said nothing about bastards being ancestors of monarchs. They said nothing about the blood mixing back together over generations. So the system that was designed to keep illegitimate children away from the throne actually just delayed their victory, not by 1 generation or 2, but by 10 or 15, long enough that nobody notices, long enough that it seems respectable, long enough that Princess Diana's descent from Louise de Querouaille is a fun genealogical fact rather than a scandal. Charles II and his mistresses didn't destroy the monarchy. They renewed it, injected new blood into an inbred aristocracy, created vibrant new noble families, and ultimately ensured that the Stuart bloodline would continue even after the Stuart dynasty ended. It wasn't planned that way. Charles wasn't thinking 3 centuries ahead when he slept with Barbara Villiers, or Nell Gwyn, or Louise de Querouaille. He was thinking about the immediate present, about pleasure and companionship, and perhaps about providing for children he cared about, but the long-term consequences were profound. By the time we reach the 18th century and the Georgian era, the pattern Charles established began to shift again. The Hanoverian kings would have illegitimate children too, but they would be more careful about it, more discreet, more concerned with public image. The wild openness of Charles's court would give way to something more controlled. But the descendants of Charles's bastards remained. They married, they had children, they served in government and military. They became part of the fabric of British society. The Fitzroy surname appeared in Parliament, in the officer corps of the army, in the church, everywhere that mattered. And through it all, the children born on the wrong side of the blanket carried the knowledge that they were different. Not lesser, exactly, but not quite equal either. They had royal blood, but not royal rights. They had noble titles, but not the ultimate title. They existed in that liminal space between royalty and aristocracy, forever marked by their origins. Some embraced it. The Duke of St. Albans apparently took pride in being descended from Nell Gwyn, the common actress who charmed a king. Others tried to downplay it, emphasizing their noble titles and marriages rather than their bastard origins. But it was always there, in the surname, in the genealogy, in the family stories passed down through generations. If you're descended from Charles II's mistresses, you know it. It's not something you can ignore or forget. It's written into your family tree, your coat of arms, your very identity. And for some families, it's a source of pride. They're descended from a king, even if illegitimately. That still counts for something. This brings us to perhaps the most important point about Charles II's illegitimate children. They weren't shameful secrets. They were acknowledged facts. Charles didn't hide his mistresses or deny his children. He embraced them, provided for them, and integrated them into the establishment. This was radically different from what had come before with the Tudors, and from what would come after with the later Hanoverians. For one brief shining moment in British history, royal illegitimacy was out in the open, acknowledged, almost celebrated. Was this better? That's hard to say. Monmouth certainly would have been safer if he'd been a hidden bastard rather than an acknowledged one with delusions of inheriting the throne. But the other children seemed to have benefited from their father's openness. They got opportunities, resources, and status that hidden bastards never would have received. What we can say is that Charles II's approach created a model that later kings couldn't quite replicate. His successor James tried, but didn't have enough time. The Hanoverians who came after were too German, too foreign, too conscious of their tenuous claim to the English throne to risk the kind of sexual freedom Charles had enjoyed. And so Charlie's era stands alone, the period when a British king could openly maintain multiple mistresses, father more than a dozen acknowledged bastards, create them all dukes and earls, and face minimal consequences. It was an anomaly, a historical moment that couldn't be repeated. But the children remained. Long after Charles was dead, long after James was overthrown, long after the Stuarts were gone, the children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren continued. They married into other noble families, creating complicated webs of kinship. They served the crown and country. They became, in every practical sense, part of the establishment. And that's the real legacy of Charles II's bastards. Not that they existed, because royal bastards had always existed, but that they were so successfully integrated into British society that 3 centuries later you literally cannot understand the British aristocracy without acknowledging them. The Duke of Grafton descended from Barbara Villiers. The Duke of St. Albans descended from Nell Gwyn. The Duke of Richmond descended from Louise de Querouaille, and eventually leading to Princess Diana and Queen Camilla. These aren't minor footnotes in British history. These are major noble families, still existing, still prominent, still carrying Stuart blood. Charles II died without legitimate children, and his dynasty ended within a generation. But in another sense, his dynasty never ended at all. It just went illegitimate, spreading through the aristocracy like water through soil, invisible but nourishing, creating growth in unexpected places. When Prince William becomes king, when he takes the throne that his ancestors fought and died for, he'll be carrying Stuart blood in his veins, not through the legitimate line of James II and Queen Anne, through the illegitimate line of Charles II and his 3 main mistresses. The bastards won. It just took 300 years. The Georgian era began in 1714 when George I arrived from Hanover, a German prince who barely spoke English and who seemed more interested in returning to Germany than in actually ruling England. The first two Georges, father and son, were foreign in every sense of the word. They brought German customs, German mistresses, and a very German sense of discretion about illegitimate children. This discretion was not because the Georgian kings were more faithful than their Stuart predecessors. Far from it. George I had at least 3 illegitimate daughters before he became King of England. George II had 1 confirmed illegitimate son. But unlike Charles II, who paraded his bastards through court and showered them with titles, the early Hanoverians kept their illegitimate children quiet, hidden, deliberately obscured from public view. George I had a long-term relationship with a woman named Melusine von der Schulenburg, starting back when he was still just the Elector of Hanover. Melusine was tall and thin, which earned her the cruel nickname, the Maypole, from English courtiers who disliked her German ways. She and George had 3 daughters together, born in 1692, 1693, and 1701. Here's where it gets strange. These daughters were never openly acknowledged as George's children. Instead, they were officially acknowledged as the children of Melusine's sisters and their husbands. It was a polite fiction, a way of providing for the children without publicly admitting their true parentage. Everyone at court knew the truth, but nobody spoke it aloud. When George became King of England in 1714, Melusine came with him. She remained his companion and de facto consort until his death in 1727. The king had divorced his wife years earlier and locked her away in a castle in Germany on charges of adultery, so Melusine filled the role of First Lady, attending court functions and wielding considerable political influence. But her daughters remained officially illegitimate only to Melusine's sisters. They were raised well, married into the German nobility, and lived comfortable lives, but they were never acknowledged as the king's children in any public or legal way. This was a deliberate choice, a return to something like the Tudor model of discretion rather than the Stuart model of openness. Why the change? Several reasons. First, George was already controversial in England. He was foreign, Lutheran rather than Anglican, and his claim to the throne was tenuous. There were at least 50 Catholics with better hereditary claims, but they were excluded because England had decided, after the Glorious Revolution, that it would rather have a distant Protestant relative than a close Catholic one. "What is it?" Prince James pressed the Queen, when George couldn't afford additional scandals. Second, the political climate had changed. The wild freedom of the Restoration was over. England in the early 1700s was becoming more morally conservative, more concerned with respectability and proper behavior. A king with open mistresses and acknowledged bastards was no longer quite as acceptable as it had been under Charles II. And third, George simply wasn't as interested in his illegitimate children as Charles had been. Charles had loved his bastards, doted on them, and wanted to provide for them generously. George seemed to view his illegitimate daughters as obligations to be quietly managed rather than children to be celebrated. The 3 daughters lived quiet lives in Germany. Anna Louisa Sophie was born in 1692 and lived until 1773. Petronilla Melusina was born in 1693 and died in 1778. Margarita Gertrude was born in 1701 but died young in 1726. They married German nobles, had children of their own, and their descendants presumably still exist somewhere in the German aristocracy, but they never claimed connection to the British throne, never saw recognition in England, and faded into the background of history. George II, who ruled from 1727 to 1760, followed his father's pattern. He had a mistress named Amalie von Vollmoden, Countess of Yarmouth, in her own right. She was German, aristocratic, and discreet. George met her on a trip to Hanover in 1735 and was immediately smitten. His wife, Queen Caroline, was still alive at this point, but she seems to have accepted the arrangement with resigned tolerance. Amalie bore George a son in 1736 named Johann Ludwig von Walmoden. Unlike George I's daughters, this boy was acknowledged as the son of Amalie's husband, Ludwig von Walmoden, even though everyone knew George was the real father. Johann Ludwig grew up in Germany, pursued a military career, and became a general in the Hanoverian army. He never came to England, never claimed any connection to the British throne, and lived his entire life as a German nobleman. Johann Ludwig had a distinguished military career. He fought in various European conflicts, rose through the ranks of the Hanoverian forces, and eventually became a field marshal. He married and had children, continuing a line that spread through German aristocracy. Some of his descendants eventually made their way to England through various marriages, quietly carrying royal blood that nobody acknowledged or discussed. Queen Caroline died in 1737, and after that Amalie became even more important to George. She moved to England and remained with him until his death in 1760. She became a fixture at court, wielding political influence and serving as the king's companion in all but name. But she never pushed for her son to be recognized as royal, and George never offered. The polite fiction was maintained until the end. This pattern of hidden illegitimate children continued through most of the Georgian era. George III, who ruled from 1760 to 1820, appears to have been genuinely faithful to his wife Queen Charlotte. They had 15 children together, and there's no credible evidence that George ever had a mistress or fathered any illegitimate children. This was partly temperament. George was more morally rigid than his predecessors, and partly time. He suffered from mental illness later in life, the famous madness of King George, and was hardly in a position to carry on affairs. But then came George III's sons, and with them the most spectacular return to open illegitimate childbearing since Charles II. Specifically, there was Prince William, Duke of Clarence, who would eventually become King William IV. Before we get to William, we need to understand the context. By the late 1700s, the royal family was in crisis. George III had many children, but the succession was a mess. His eldest son, the future George IV, had married Caroline of Brunswick and produced one daughter, Princess Charlotte. If Charlotte survived and had children, the succession would be secure. But if anything happened to Charlotte, the line would be in jeopardy. George's other sons were either unmarried or married without legitimate children. They'd been living in a sort of prolonged adolescence, drawing government allowances, accumulating debts, and carrying on affairs with actresses and other unsuitable women. The Royal Marriages Act of 1772 made it nearly impossible for them to marry without the king's permission, and George wasn't giving permission for most of the matches his sons wanted. So the princes lived with their mistresses instead. And one prince in particular, William, Duke of Clarence, created what can only be described as a second royal family, entirely illegitimate but entirely acknowledged. In 1791, 26-year-old Prince William met an actress named Dorothea Jordan. She was already famous, one of the most popular comic actresses in London. She was also already a mother. Dorothea had 4 children from previous relationships, 1 daughter from an affair with the manager of an Irish theatre, 3 more children from a relationship with a man named Richard Ford, who had promised to marry her but never did. Dorothea was 30 years old, beautiful, talented, and apparently unfazed by the complicated nature of her personal life. She'd been supporting her children through her acting career, one of the highest-paid performers in London. When Prince William began courting her, she wasn't a naive young girl being seduced by royalty. She was a successful professional woman entering into what she must have known would be a complicated arrangement. "And I'm royal?" Madeline asked. Dorothea had been born Dorothea Bland in Ireland in 1761. Her father was a stagehand and her mother was an actress. She'd grown up in the theater world, learning the craft from childhood. By the time she met William, she'd already built a substantial reputation playing comic roles in breeches parts, where she dressed as a man. Audiences loved her naturalness on stage, her ability to make them laugh and feel genuine emotion. They moved in together, first at Clarence Lodge, then later at Bushy House in Bushy Park. And over the next 20 years, Dorothea and William had 10 children together. 10, all illegitimate, all acknowledged, all given the surname Fitzclarence. The surname Fitzclarence, Fitz later, was the surname given to a pair of Fitz sons, and often Fitz later. The Fitzclarence children were named after William's siblings. George Fitzclarence, born in 1794, was named after Prince George, the future George IV. Henry Edward Fitzclarence, born in 1795, was named after Prince Edward. Sophia, Mary, Frederick, Elizabeth, Augusta, Augustus, and Amelia followed, each named after one of William's many brothers and sisters. This wasn't hidden. This wasn't secret. Dorothea Jordan and Prince William lived together openly for 20 years. They raised their 10 children at Bushy House. William was fourth in line to the throne, behind his father George III, his brother George IV, and George's daughter Princess Charlotte. Nobody expected William to ever become king, so his domestic arrangement with an actress didn't seem particularly scandalous. The household at Bushy House was apparently warm and chaotic, filled with children, dogs, and theatrical friends. William doted on his children. Dorothea continued to perform, traveling to theaters around England and earning substantial fees. She was pulling in thousands of pounds per year at her peak, money that helped support the growing family. William's allowance from Parliament was never quite enough to cover all the expenses of maintaining 10 children in appropriate style. Dorothea continued to act during much of this time, earning money to help support the growing household. William received an allowance from Parliament, but it was based on supporting a single prince, not a prince with a mistress and 10 children. Money was always tight. Dorothea's theater earnings helped considerably. She performed at Drury Lane and Covent Garden, the 2 major London theaters, and also toured to provincial cities. Her performances were events, drawing large crowds who wanted to see the famous Mrs. Jordan. The arrangement worked, more or less, for 2 decades. The children grew up surrounded by love, even if their situation was unconventional. They had tutors, proper education, and the knowledge that their father was a prince. But they also knew they were illegitimate, that they could never inherit titles through their mother, that their place in society would always be somewhat ambiguous. Then, in 1811, everything changed. Princess Charlotte was still unmarried and childless. If she died without heirs, the succession would pass to William's older brothers, but both of them, George IV and Frederick, Duke of York, were married without legitimate children. The possibility began to emerge that William might actually inherit the throne. Suddenly, his relationship with Dorothea Jordan became a problem. A future king couldn't live with an actress. He needed a proper wife, preferably a Protestant princess who could bear legitimate heirs. William's family began pressuring him to end the relationship with Dorothea and find a suitable bride. William resisted at first. He'd been with Dorothea for 20 years. They had 10 children together. He apparently cared for her in his way, but the pressure was relentless. His brothers insisted. His mother, Queen Charlotte, made her displeasure clear. The government hinted that his financial situation might improve if he married suitably. William was drowning in debt, as most of George III's sons were, and the promise of increased income was tempting. William gave in. In 1811, he and Dorothea separated. The terms were spelled out in a formal agreement. Dorothea would receive an annual allowance of £4,400, half of which was specifically designated for the care of their daughters. William would retain custody of their sons. Dorothea would keep custody of the daughters, but with one crucial condition. She could not return to the stage. If she did, she would forfeit the allowance and lose custody. It was a cruel arrangement, forcing Dorothea to choose between her career and her children. For 3 years, she managed. She lived quietly on her allowance, raising her daughters, staying away from the theater. But 4,400 pounds, generous as it seemed, wasn't quite enough to maintain the lifestyle she'd been accustomed to and support all the children. And Dorothea had never been good with money. She'd always earned it and spent it freely, trusting that more would come. Then in 1814, disaster struck. Her daughter from her earlier relationship with Richard Ford, a girl named Frances, married a man named Thomas Alsop. Alsop ran up enormous debts in Dorothea's name. She was suddenly facing financial ruin, with creditors demanding payment for bills she hadn't incurred. Dorothea did the only thing she knew how to do. She went back to the stage. She needed the money to pay off the debts, to protect her family, to survive, but by returning to acting, she violated the terms of her agreement with William. She lost her allowance. There's some dispute about whether she also lost custody of her daughters at this point, but certainly her relationship with William ended completely. William made no effort to help her. He'd moved on, already searching for a suitable princess to marry. Dorothea was yesterday's problem, an embarrassment from his past that he wanted to forget. The woman who'd borne him 10 children and supported him financially for years was now on her own. Dorothea fled to France to escape her creditors. She was desperate, alone, and dying. She suffered from what was probably liver disease, exacerbated by stress and possibly heavy drinking. Her health deteriorated rapidly. She lived in poverty in St. Cloud, a suburb of Paris, unable to return to England because of the debts, unable to earn money because she was too ill to perform. In July 1816, she died in St. Cloud. She was buried in a cemetery there, far from England, far from the children she'd spent her life supporting. She was 54 years old. She'd been one of the most celebrated actresses of her generation, the mother of 14 children, including 10 by a prince, and she died in poverty and exile. The funeral was small, barely attended. Her grave was eventually lost, the location forgotten. Her story is a reminder that being a royal mistress, even an acknowledged one, offered no real security. William had moved on. He was already looking for a suitable princess to marry. Dorothea was yesterday's problem. None of her children attended her funeral. They were back in England, being raised as Fitzclarences, their mother already becoming a fading memory. In 1818, William married Princess Adelaide of Saxe-Meiningen, a minor German princess. She was 25, he was 52. It was not a love match, but Adelaide proved to be kind and dutiful. She had 2 daughters with William, but both died in infancy. The legitimate line that William had sacrificed Dorothea to create never materialized. But the Fitzclarence children remained. They grew up, served in the military, married into the aristocracy, and when their father unexpectedly became king in 1830, they became the king's illegitimate children, a position that came with both opportunities and challenges. Princess Charlotte died in 1817, giving birth to a stillborn son. The succession crisis everyone had feared came to pass. George IV died in 1830 without legitimate heirs. His brother Frederick had died in 1827, also without legitimate children. So the crown passed to William III's son, the one who had lived with an actress and fathered 10 bastards. Suddenly, the Fitzclarences mattered in a way they never had before. They were the king's children. William elevated his eldest son George to the peerage as Earl of Munster. He gave all the children the social rank of younger children of a marquess, which meant they could be addressed as Lord or Lady. It wasn't as generous as Charles II had been with his bastards, creating them all dukes, but it was acknowledgement, recognition, a place in society. George Fitzclarence, the eldest, had a military career and was created Earl of Munster when his father became king. He married an illegitimate daughter of another nobleman, Lady Mary Wyndham, producing children who carried both royal and noble bastard blood. George struggled with mental illness later in life, becoming increasingly paranoid and unstable. In 1842, he shot himself. dying at age 48. His son inherited the earldom, and the Munster line continued until 2000, when it became extinct. Henry Edward Fitzclarence died young, at just 22, never married. He served in the military and died in India in 1817, before his father became king. Sophia Fitzclarence married Philip Sidney, who became Baron de Lisle and Dudley. They had children, and through this line the Fitzclarence blood spread into other noble families. Their grandson became the first Viscount de Lisle. Mary Fitzclarence married a military officer named Charles Richard Fox, but had no children. She was described as a fine-looking woman with pleasant manners. She lived until 1864, long enough to see the Victorian era well established and the world her father had known completely transformed. Frederick Fitzclarence had a successful military career, rising to the rank of lieutenant general. He married Lady Augusta Boyle, daughter of an earl, and had children. This line continues. He fought in various colonial campaigns, served in India, and was known as a capable officer. He died in 1854. Elizabeth Fitzclarence married William Hay, the Earl of Errol, one of the oldest Scottish noble titles. Through this marriage, Fitzclarence blood entered one of Scotland's most prestigious families. They had children, and their descendants include some notable figures in Scottish history. Through this line came Princess Alexandra, Duchess of Fife, and Princess Maud, Countess of Sussex, both granddaughters of King Edward VII. Adolphus Fitzclarence pursued a naval career and died in his mid-20s. He drowned in 1856 in India, serving with the East India Company's navy. Augusta Fitzclarence married twice, first to a man who died young, then to a clergyman. She had children from both marriages and lived until 1865. Augustus Fitzclarence became a clergyman himself, studying at Oxford and eventually serving as a chaplain to his father. He married Sarah Elizabeth Catherine Gordon and had children who continued the line. He served as a vicar and was known for his devotion to his parish. He died in 1854. Amelia Fitzclarence married Lucius Bentinck Carey, Viscount Falkland, another old aristocratic title. They had one son who continued the Falkland line. Amelia died in 1858 at age 51. So, out of 10 Fitzclarence children, at least 8 survived to adulthood, and at least 7 had children of their own. The Fitzclarence bloodline spread through the British aristocracy like a river system, branching and rebranching, connecting to other noble families through marriage after marriage. And here's where it gets interesting from a genealogical perspective. One of Elizabeth Fitzclarence's descendants married into the Duff family. That line eventually produced Lady Alexandra Duff and Lady Maud Duff, who were granddaughters of King Edward VII through their mother, Princess Louise, Princess Royal. So the illegitimate Fitzclarence line married back into legitimate royalty. Within just a few generations, the bastard blood that was supposedly inferior found its way back to the throne through the normal mechanisms of aristocratic marriage. Another descendant of the Fitzclarences was David Cameron, who served as Prime Minister from 2010 to 2016. Cameron descends from William IV and Dorothea Jordan through their daughter, Elizabeth. A direct line from royal bastard to head of government in just over 200 years. Cameron apparently knew about this connection and occasionally joked about it, though he never made much of the royal blood in his veins. The Fitzclarence story illustrates a crucial shift in how royal illegitimacy was handled. Unlike Charles II's children who were created dukes from birth, the Fitzclarence children had to earn their way. They served in the military, entered the church, married strategically. When their father became king, he elevated the eldest to an earldom, not a dukedom. He gave them all the social rank of younger children of a marquis, which was respectable but not spectacular. This was deliberate. By 1830, when William became king, Britain had changed. The aristocracy was still important, but there was growing pressure for merit and respectability. William couldn't simply hand out duchies to his illegitimate children, the way Charles II had. He had to be more subtle, more measured, more aware of public opinion. The press was more aggressive, the middle classes more vocal, and the political system more democratic than it had been in Charles's time. There was also the problem of Queen Adelaide, William's wife. He'd married her in 1818, 7 years after separating from Dorothea Jordan. Adelaide was a German princess, proper and respectable. She'd had 2 daughters with William, but both died in infancy. Charlotte was born in 1819 and died the same day. Elizabeth was born in 1820 and lived for just 3 months. Adelaide suffered at least 1 other miscarriage. The Fitzclarence children were constant reminders that William had fathered 10 healthy children with his mistress, but no surviving children with his wife. Adelaide apparently tolerated the Fitzclarence children with good grace, but she didn't embrace them. They attended some court functions, but they were never fully integrated into the royal family the way Charles II's bastards had been. There was always a distance, a recognition that they were different. Queen Adelaide was kind to the Fitzclarence children individually. She gave them gifts, remembered their birthdays, and treated them politely. But she also resented what they represented. Her own children were dead. William's children with an actress thrived. It must have been a bitter pill to swallow, year after year, seeing these healthy adults who should have been her own children. When William died in 1837, he was succeeded not by any of his children, legitimate or otherwise, but by his niece Victoria, daughter of his younger brother Edward. Victoria was 18 years old, proper, moral, and deeply opposed to the kind of sexual irregularity that had characterized her uncle's generation. One of Victoria's first acts was to essentially ban the Fitzclarence children from court. She found them embarrassing, a reminder of her uncle's indiscretions. She referred to them as ghosts best forgotten. Some of the Fitzclarences protested, arguing that they deserved recognition as the late king's children. Victoria was unmoved. The age of acknowledged royal bastards was over. The Earl of Munster was particularly bitter about this treatment. He'd been the king's eldest son, had served the crown loyally, and now found himself excluded from court by a teenage queen who'd never experienced the complexities of adult life. His resentment festered, contributing to the mental instability that eventually led to his suicide. And it really was over. From Victoria forward, the British monarchy would present an image of moral respectability. Illegitimate children would become secrets again. Rumors, denials, things that were whispered about but never acknowledged. Victoria herself was apparently faithful to her husband, Prince Albert, throughout their marriage. After Albert died, she maintained a close relationship with a Scottish servant named John Brown, but there's no credible evidence that it was sexual. Victoria's children mostly followed her example of moral propriety, at least publicly. Her eldest son Edward was a notable exception, carrying on numerous affairs throughout his life. But even Edward, as we'll see, never acknowledged any illegitimate children, maintaining the facade of respectability that Victoria had established. But before we get to Victoria and the modern era, we need to talk about one more Georgian prince who may or may not have had illegitimate children. Prince George, Duke of Kent, younger brother of King George V and uncle to Queen Elizabeth II. Prince George was born in 1902 and died in a plane crash in 1942. He was known as a party prince, someone who enjoyed the social scene, had a reputation for affairs with both men and women, and allegedly struggled with drug addiction at various points in his life. He married Princess Marina of Greece and Denmark in 1934 and had 3 legitimate children, including Prince Edward, Duke of Kent, Princess Alexandra, and Prince Michael of Kent. But rumors persist that he also had at least 2 illegitimate children, both born before his marriage. The first rumored child is Michael Temple Canfield, allegedly born in 1926 to an American socialite named Kiki Preston. Kiki had a reputation for drug use and was sometimes called the girl with the silver syringe. According to the rumor, she and Prince George had an affair while George was visiting America, and she became pregnant. The child, Michael, was raised by Cass Canfield, an American publisher who adopted him. There's some dispute about whether Cass Canfield knew about the child's rumored royal parentage, or whether he genuinely believed Michael was Kiki's child by another man. Either way, Michael grew up in America, attended Harvard, and eventually married Caroline Lee Bouvier, the younger sister of Jacqueline Kennedy. So if the rumors are true, Prince George's illegitimate son married into one of America's most famous families. Michael Temple Canfield lived a relatively quiet life despite his famous wife and rumored royal connections. He worked as a publisher and in public relations. His marriage to Lee Bouvier ended in divorce in 1959. He remarried and had children. He died in 1969 at age 43 from cancer. Michael never publicly claimed to be Prince George's son, and the royal family never acknowledged any relationship. But people close to the family apparently believed the connection was real. Prince George's brother Edward, who became Edward VIII and then Duke of Windsor after his abdication, reportedly hinted to friends that he believed Michael was his nephew. Laura, Duchess of Marlborough, whom Michael later knew, also apparently believed the rumor. The second rumored illegitimate child is even more intriguing. Rain McCorquodale was born in 1929 to Barbara Cartland, the romance novelist. Barbara was married to Alexander McCorquodale at the time, but rumors suggested that Prince George was the real father. Barbara Cartland never confirmed or denied the rumors, maintaining a mysterious silence about Rain's paternity throughout her life. Rain grew up, married several times, and eventually became the stepmother of Diana Spencer when she married Diana's father, Earl Spencer. So if the rumors are true, Diana's stepmother was the illegitimate daughter of her husband's great-uncle. The genealogical complications are mind-boggling. Diana reportedly had a difficult relationship with Rain, which became fodder for tabloid speculation for years. Neither of these claims has been proven. Prince George died in 1942 when his plane crashed in Scotland during a military mission. He was just 39 years old. He took whatever secrets he had to the grave. The royal family has never commented on either Michael or Rain. No DNA tests have been conducted, at least not publicly, but the rumors persist, kept alive by circumstantial evidence, family resemblances that some people claim to see, and the suggestive timing of births and relationships. What's interesting is that even if these children were Prince George's, they were never acknowledged. The pattern established by Victoria held firm. Royal bastards were not to be spoken of. They might exist, but they existed in shadows and rumors, not in official records and public acknowledgement. The Victorian era's insistence on moral propriety had created a new standard. Royal illegitimacy was shameful, something to be hidden and denied, not acknowledged and managed. This brings us to King Edward VII, Victoria's son, who ruled from 1901 to 1910. Edward was famous for his affairs. As Prince of Wales, he spent decades carrying on relationships with actresses, aristocrats, and anyone else who caught his eye. He was nicknamed Dirty Birdie and the Playboy Prince. Estimates suggest he had over 50 affairs during his lifetime, possibly many more. His mistresses included some of the most famous women of the era: Lily Langtry, an actress known as Jersey Lily; Lady Randolph Churchill, mother of Winston Churchill; Daisy Greville, County of Warwick; Sarah Bernhardt, the French actress; Alice Keppel, his last and most devoted mistress. The list goes on, a parade of beautiful, sophisticated women who shared the prince's bed and sometimes his confidence. And yet, Edward never acknowledged a single illegitimate child, not one. Despite 5 decades of womanizing, dozens of mistresses, countless opportunities for pregnancies, there are no officially recognized bastards from Edward VII. This seems statistically unlikely. Surely some of those 50-plus affairs resulted in children. But if they did, those children were hidden, denied, quietly paid off, or dealt with in ways that left no documentary trace. Edward was careful. His mistresses were mostly married women whose husbands could claim any children as their own. The actresses and courtesans he dallied with knew how to avoid pregnancy or how to deal with it quietly if it occurred. The Victorian era had perfected the art of denial. Pregnancies could be hidden with long trips to the country. Children could be adopted out quietly. Abortions, though illegal, were available for those with money and connections. The entire establishment conspired to maintain the fiction of respectability, even as everyone knew what was really happening behind closed doors. There is one possible exception. Lady Susan Vane Tempest had an affair with Edward in the 1860s when he was still Prince of Wales. According to some sources, she gave birth to his child in 1871. One of Susan's confidants allegedly wrote to Edward advising him that the crisis was due within 2 or 3 months, which is presumably a reference to Susan's pregnancy. She allegedly gave birth in Ramsgate at the age of 1871. Nothing, however, is known of the subsequent fate of this child. When Lady Susan died in 1875 at the age of 36, she took the secret with her to the grave. If there was a child, it was hidden so thoroughly that no trace remains. More recently, DNA research has raised interesting questions. During searching for the Romanov family remains, an Australian man discovered a connection to Lady Susan and to Queen Elizabeth II. This man, known as William Willesden, was born in 1872 in London and was transferred to Australia with a large estate to be adopted. His 2 sisters were governesses to the royal family, and his wife was a lady-in-waiting for Queen Alexandra. This child is presumed by some researchers to be the illegitimate child from Susan's relationship with Edward VII. But without confirmed DNA evidence or documentary proof, this remains speculation. William Willesden lived his entire life in Australia, apparently unaware of, or at least not claiming, any royal connection. His descendants may carry Edward's blood, but they'll never be acknowledged as royal. The most persistent rumor involves Alice Keppel, Edward's last and most famous mistress. Alice was the great-grandmother of Camilla Parker Bowles, the current Queen Camilla. It's been suggested that Alice's daughter, Sonia, born in 1898, might have been Edward's child rather than her husband George Keppel's. This rumor has been definitively disproven. DNA analysis has shown that Sonia was almost certainly George Keppel's daughter. She resembled the Keppel family, and genetic testing of her descendants shows no indication of royal descent through that line. But the rumor illustrates how Edward's reputation has led to over a century of speculation about secret children. Bennett was adopted. The truth is probably that Edward was more careful than Charles II, more conscious of scandal, more aware that illegitimate children could damage the monarchy's reputation. By the early 1900s, the British monarchy was under increasing scrutiny. The press was more intrusive, the public more judgmental, and the political situation more precarious. Edward couldn't afford to acknowledge bastards the way his Stuart and early Georgian predecessors had. So even if he fathered illegitimate children, and he probably did, they remained hidden. The mothers were paid off or convinced to claim other men as fathers. The children grew up never knowing their true parentage. The system of denial worked perfectly, at least from the monarchy's perspective. This pattern continued with Edward's son George V and grandson George VI. Both presented images of perfect domesticity. Both were apparently faithful to their wives. Neither acknowledged any illegitimate children, and there's little evidence that either had any affairs at all. George V was devoted to Queen Mary. George VI adored his wife Elizabeth, later the Queen Mother. The modern royal family from George V forward has maintained this facade of moral perfection. Affairs might happen, scandals might occur, but illegitimate children were absolutely not acknowledged. The days of Fitzroys and Fitzclarences were over, relegated to history. Things that happened in a less enlightened era. But that doesn't mean the rumors stopped. In fact, the more secretive the royal family became, the more speculation grew, and some of these modern rumors are truly wild, feeding tabloid headlines and internet conspiracy theories. In 1978, a man named Simon Durante Day was born in England and adopted by a family that worked for the royal household. His adoptive grandmother allegedly told him repeatedly that he was the secret son of Prince Charles and Camilla Parker Bowles. According to Simon's story, Charles and Camilla had an affair when they were teenagers. Camilla became pregnant, and the baby was given up for adoption to hide the scandal. Simon has been trying for years to prove his claim through DNA testing. He's filed legal challenges, appeared on television programs, and built a following on social media. The royal family has refused to participate in any tests, which Simon claims is evidence that his story is true. Supporters point to photos where they claim Simon resembles Charles or other royal family members. The timeline is theoretically possible. Charles and Camilla knew each other as teenagers in the early 1970s, but the story seems unlikely for several reasons. Camilla's whereabouts during the relevant time period are well documented. She was visible in society, attending events, seeing friends. A pregnancy would have been noticed. Charles was under constant supervision as a young prince, his schedule managed by palace staff. The level of conspiracy required to hide a royal baby in the 1970s, when the press was already aggressive, seems implausible. Still, Simon continues to claim he's their son. His story has been featured in British and Australian media. He's appeared on television, given interviews, and built a following of people who believe his story, or at least find it entertaining. Whether it's true or not, and almost certainly it's not, it illustrates how the legacy of royal bastards continues to haunt the modern monarchy. Then there's the persistent conspiracy theory about Prince Harry's paternity. Some people have claimed that Harry is not Charles's son, but rather the illegitimate child of James Hewitt, an army officer who had an affair with Princess Diana in the late 1980s and early 1990s. This theory is easily disproven by anyone with access to a calendar. Harry was born on September 15, 1984. Diana's affair with Hewitt didn't begin until 1986, 2 years after Harry's birth. Hewitt himself has confirmed this timeline, stating publicly that he met Diana in 1986. Harry resembles both Charles and Diana's brother, Charles Spencer, particularly in his red hair and facial structure. The Spencer family has red hair running through various branches. Yet the conspiracy theory persists, shared endlessly on social media, discussed in tabloids, believed by people who want to believe it. The idea that Harry might be illegitimate, that the line of succession might be tainted by a royal bastard, apparently satisfies some deep cultural need to see the monarchy as flawed and hypocritical. These modern conspiracy theories reveal something important. Even though the British monarchy no longer acknowledges illegitimate children, the public is still fascinated by the possibility. We're drawn to these stories of secret babies and hidden scandals. We want to believe that behind the official facade of royal perfection, there are messy human dramas playing out. And historically, we've been right. There have been messy dramas. There have been illegitimate children, hundreds of them across 1,000 years of British monarchy. The difference is that for most of that history, the illegitimate children were acknowledged. It's only in the last 150 years that complete denial became the standard approach. Queen Victoria's decision to ban the Fitzclarence children from court and declare royal bastards as ghosts best forgotten marked a turning point. From then on, the British monarchy would present an image of moral purity, even if the reality was more complicated. Affairs might happen behind closed doors, but they would never result in acknowledged children. This created a strange situation. The aristocracy that surrounded the royal family was still full of descendants from earlier royal bastards. The Dukes of Grafton, St Albans, Richmond, and Buccleuch all descended from Charles II's affairs. Countless other noble families had Fitzclarence blood from William IV. The Prime Minister David Cameron descended from royal bastards through multiple lines. so the royal family was surrounded by reminders of its illegitimate past, even as it tried to present a legitimate present. The ghosts that Victoria wanted forgotten were everywhere, woven into the fabric of British high society, impossible to excise or ignore. Every state banquet, every garden party, every official function brought the royal family face to face with descendants of royal bastards. The Duke of Grafton might be seated near the Queen. A Fitzclarence descendant might be among the guests. The irony was inescapable, even if nobody mentioned it aloud. And then came the marriages that brought it all full circle. When Prince Charles married Diana Spencer, he married a descendant of Charles II and Louise de Keroualle. The blood relationship was distant, separated by multiple generations, but it was there in the genealogical records for anyone who cared to look. Diana's ancestry traced back through the Spencer family, one of England's oldest and most prestigious noble houses. But dig deeper into the Spencer genealogy and you find connections to the Dukes of Richmond. Follow those connections and you eventually reach Charles Lennox, 1st Duke of Richmond, illegitimate son of Charles II and his French mistress Louise de Keroualle. When Charles later married Camilla Parker Bowles, he married another descendant of the same line. Camilla's ancestry also traces back to the Dukes of Richmond through various marriages and births, and as we mentioned earlier, Camilla's great-grandmother was Alice Keppel, Edward VII's last mistress, though Alice's daughter Sonia was proven to be her husband's child, not Edward's. When Prince William married Catherine Middleton in 2011, the pattern continued in more subtle ways. Catherine's ancestry is less aristocratic than Diana's or Camilla's, but genealogists have still found distant connections to noble families that themselves connect back to earlier royal lines, including some of the illegitimate branches. The blood that was declared illegitimate in the 17th century had merged back into the legitimate line by the 21st century. The system designed to keep bastards away from the throne had failed, or perhaps succeeded in unexpected ways. The illegitimate children couldn't inherit the throne directly, but their descendants could marry the throne's heirs, and through those marriages, the bastard blood became royal blood once again. This is the final irony of royal illegitimacy in Britain. All the laws, all the rules, all the careful management and denial couldn't prevent the inevitable mixing of legitimate and illegitimate lines. Time and marriage and the mathematics of genealogy ensured that eventually it would all merge back together. When Prince William becomes king, he'll carry the blood of Charles II, not through legitimate descent but through multiple illegitimate lines that married back into royalty over the centuries. He'll carry Stuart blood, Hanoverian blood, and Fitzclarence blood, all swirling together in the complicated genetic legacy of 1,000 years of monarchy. The calculation is actually quite straightforward when you trace it. Charles II had no legitimate children. His brother James II had legitimate children, but that line died out with Queen Anne in 1714. The throne passed to the Hanoverians, distant cousins, descended from James I, but Charles II's illegitimate children married into the aristocracy, and their descendants eventually married back into various branches of the royal family's extended relations. Diana was one of these descendants. When she married Charles, Stuart blood entered the direct line of succession again. When William was born, he carried that blood. When he eventually has children of his own and they inherit the throne, Charles II will officially be their ancestor, even though his legitimate line failed completely. The royal bastards were never truly separate from the royal family. They were always close, always circling, always waiting to merge back in, and merge back they did, not immediately, not obviously, but slowly, over generations, until the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate became almost meaningless from a genetic perspective. Today, if you attend any major aristocratic gathering in Britain, you're in a room full of people descended from royal bastards. Some know it and take pride in it. Others know it and ignore it. Some probably don't know it at all, their genealogy too complicated to trace without professional help. But they're there. The descendants of Robert of Gloucester and Henry Fitzroy and the Duke of Monmouth and Barbara Villiers and Nell Gwynn and Dorothea Jordan. The children born on the wrong side of the blanket, the bastards who couldn't be king but who became earls and dukes and barons and commoners, and eventually, through marriage and time, the ancestors of kings. The Dukes of Grafton still attend House of Lords sessions when called upon. The Duke of St. Albans maintains his historic title. The Duke of Richmond continues a line unbroken since 1675. These aren't historical curiosities. These are living, functioning members of the British establishment. Their illegitimate origins now just interesting footnotes in family histories. Some of these families embrace their bastard heritage. The current Duke of St. Albans apparently takes pride in being descended from Nell Gwynn, the commoner actress who charmed a king. It's a good story, a romantic story, the kind of thing that makes for interesting dinner conversation. Other families are more circumspect, preferring to emphasize their legitimate noble titles and connections rather than the illegitimate royal blood. But it's always there in the genealogy, in the family trees carefully maintained and passed down through generations. This is what 1,000 years of royal illegitimacy looks like. Not a scandal, not a crisis, just a fact. A complicated, messy, very human fact that shaped British history as much as any war, or law, or political movement. The kings had affairs. The mistresses had children. The children grew up, married, and had children of their own. Some were acknowledged, some were hidden, some were celebrated, and some were erased. But they all existed. They all mattered. And they all, in their own ways, shaped the British monarchy into what it is today. The medieval pattern of open acknowledgement gave way to Tudor secrecy, which gave way to Stuart celebration, which gave way to Hanoverian discretion, which gave way to Victorian denial, which continues in modified form today. But through all these changes, the fundamental reality never changed. Royal blood, legitimate or otherwise, is still just blood. It flows through veins, it mixes in marriages, it continues through generations. The laws said bastards couldn't inherit the throne, and they didn't, at least not directly. But their descendants did marry into royal lines. Their blood did merge back into the legitimate succession. And in the end, the distinction that seems so absolute, so important, so worth maintaining at all costs, turned out to be temporary. So the next time you see a royal wedding or a state occasion or a photo of the current royal family, remember this. Behind those carefully managed images, behind the official lineages and legitimate successions, there's another story. The story of the secret children, the royal bastards, the ghosts that Queen Victoria wanted forgotten, but who never really went away. They're still there, in the bloodlines, in the genealogies, in the DNA. The secret everyone knew, the scandal that became the establishment. The illegitimate children who became the ancestors of legitimate kings. History tried to bury them, but blood doesn't forget. And in the end, the bastards survived, while the legitimate lines they supposedly threatened died out or faded away. That's the real lesson of 30 British royals with secret children. Not that the monarchy was corrupt or hypocritical, though it certainly was both at times, but that human nature, with all its complexity and desire and mistake and love, cannot be controlled by laws and customs and official denials. People will have affairs, children will be born, and those children will grow up and have their own children, and eventually the secrets stop being secret and start being history. And that history, messy and complicated and sometimes scandalous as it is more interesting and more human than any official version could ever be. The official version tells us about kings and queens, about legitimate succession, about the orderly transfer of power through proper channels. That version is important, but it's not complete. The complete version includes Nell Gwynn selling oranges before catching a king's eye. It includes Dorothea Jordan acting on stage while pregnant with royal children. It includes Barbara Villiers demanding money and titles and political influence. It includes all the mistresses, all the affairs, all the secret arrangements and public scandals. It includes Robert of Gloucester fighting for his half-sister's claim. It includes the Duke of Monmouth losing his head for reaching too high. It includes Henry Fitzroy dying before he could complicate the succession. It includes all the Fitzclarence children scattering through the aristocracy like seeds from a single tree. This complete version of British royal history is richer, more complex, and ultimately more revealing than the sanitized official version. It shows us that monarchy, for all its claims to divine right and sacred bloodlines, has always been a fundamentally human institution, subject to all the same desires and mistakes and complications as any other human endeavor. The kings who fathered illegitimate children weren't monsters or heroes. They were just people, people with enormous power and privilege, but still people. And the children born from their affairs weren't shameful secrets or romantic heroes either. They were just children trying to make their way in a world that didn't quite know what to do with them. Some succeeded spectacularly, others failed tragically. Most lived somewhere in between, carving out positions for themselves, building families, contributing to their society in ways large and small. And through it all, they carried the knowledge that they were different, marked by birth as both special and insufficient, royal and yet not quite royal enough. If you're still watching this deep into our journey, you're one of the dedicated few who appreciates history in all its messy complexity. Drop a comment about which royal bastard's story surprised you most. Was it the medieval bastards who built noble houses? The Duke of Monmouth who lost his head trying to be king? The Fitzclarence children scattered through the aristocracy? Let us know what struck you. Because ultimately, this isn't just history. It's a story about how power works, how families function, how societies decide who belongs and who doesn't. The royal bastards were always on the boundary, neither fully inside nor fully outside the system, and from that boundary position they could see things that people fully inside or fully outside couldn't see. They saw that legitimacy was partly real and partly performance. They saw that royal blood didn't guarantee capability. They saw that the rules everyone else had to follow could be bent or broken for the right people. And they saw that in the long run, none of it mattered, as much as everyone pretended it did. The legitimate lines died out, the illegitimate lines survived. The throne that was supposed to be sacred and protected and passed only through proper channels ended up being occupied by descendants of affairs and scandals and secret children. The system failed to protect itself from exactly what it was designed to prevent. Or maybe the system worked perfectly, just not in the way its designers intended. Maybe the constant influx of new blood through illegitimate children kept the monarchy vital, prevented it from becoming too inbred and disconnected, and forced it to remain connected to the broader society it claimed to rule. Medieval bastards married into noble families, strengthening alliances and spreading royal influence. Stuart bastards populated the aristocracy, creating a class of people loyal to the crown because they literally descended from it. Georgian bastards served in the military and government, contributing their talents to the nation. Victorian and modern bastards, whether acknowledged or hidden, presumably continued the pattern, even if we can't trace them. From this perspective, the royal bastards weren't a problem to be managed or a scandal to be hidden. They were a feature of the system, a safety valve that allowed the monarchy to adapt and survive. They were the proof that royal blood, despite all the claims and pretensions, was still human blood, subject to the same biological realities as everyone else's. And perhaps that's the most important lesson. The British monarchy has survived for 1,000 years not because it was pure or perfect or divinely ordained, but because it was flexible and adaptable and, ultimately, human. The kings had mistresses, the mistresses had children. The children grew up and contributed to British society in countless ways, and the whole messy, complicated, very human process somehow worked, creating a system that bent but didn't break, that adapted but didn't collapse, that survived everything thrown at it. The 30 British royals we've explored in this journey aren't the complete list. There were others, lesser known or completely forgotten, whose stories are lost to time. And there were probably many more illegitimate children than we know about, hidden so successfully that no record survives. But the ones we do know about tell us everything we need to know. From William the Conqueror to William IV, from medieval earls to Georgian dukes to modern conspiracy theories, the pattern holds. Royal blood, legitimate or otherwise, finds a way to continue. The bastards survive. The legitimate lines that excluded them eventually need them back. And in the end, we're all descended from someone who started life on the wrong side of somebody's blank. That's the secret that history tried to bury, but couldn't. That's the truth behind 1,000 years of royal facades and official denials. And that's why the story of royal bastards matters, not as gossip or scandal, but as a fundamental truth about power, family, and what it really means to be human, even when you're wearing a crown.